Introduction. I'm so grateful for all the friends who I have interviewed and have put up with me asking the same question over and over. I would like to thank Missy Owens, Kim Hinton, Andrea DiGeronimo, Lori Baggett, and so many other thin women who have really helped me to understand at a deeper level what a thin eater eats. With their guidance, I feel like I keep learning more and more about the thoughts and mindset of a thin eater. I have so many people who have been so gracious and open to me, and I'm grateful to all of you. My top priorities in life are to be a great mom, a great wife, great businesswoman, and a great friend. I want you to know that I'm not perfect, but I'm in such a better place than I was years ago. When it comes to learning how to eat, you often have to take 4 steps forward and 3 steps back and keep going until you get to that place where you are happy. In the past, I would hear about the latest diet that everyone was trying, and I would just say to myself, I just can't do it. I know what it's like to have food as your best friend and as a comfort. I've been there, done that again and again. I understand feeling hopeless. I know what it's like to starve myself and then overeat. I would constantly try a new diet, and my day would be made or ruined by what I ate. I used to deprive myself and would go into this cycle, deprive, crave, binge. All that changed when I decided that no food was off limits, but I replaced it with the thoughts of eating mostly delicious, clean foods without being overly obsessive. I want you to know that all the women I have interviewed had the following in common. They do not count calories, do not count carbs in detail, do not obsess over everything they put in their mouth, do not yo-yo diet, do not have meal plans, do not measure every little bit of food in their mouth. As a result of my time with them, I can now say that I do not binge on food anymore, and I rarely overeat. The goal of this book is to help other people break free from being tormented by food. I am not a nutritionist. I'm a woman who's been where you are and took some time to question those who were where I wanted to be. I am, however, an expert on intermittent fasting because of the years I've spent researching, interviewing thin women, and applying the principles that I learned to obtain my goals. Waste Away was the beginning of the story, but this book is the continuation. When I wrote that book, I'd only been living some of the principles for a few short months. All of the principles are still applicable, but in this book, I dive much deeper. I now realize that I didn't totally understand some of the concepts when I wrote that first book. For instance, I now understand that eating 2 full-sized meals per day was actually more food than I really needed. The more you use these tools, the more they become second nature. You can be the girl that can eat 3 French fries and not eat any more. Trust me, I do it. If you haven't already read Waste Away, the Chantel Ray Way, I hope you'll give it a read. If you've already read it and are continuing with this one, you will learn to eat like a woman who is intuitively thin without even thinking about it. There are some things I'm still not good at, but I watch my thin friends and I learn to get better and better every single day. I encourage you to read this book over and over until the ideas become deep second nature to you. If you haven't read Waste Away, the Chantel Ray Way, I encourage you to do so. You can also listen to my podcast at chantelrayway.com for tons of free resources to assist you on this journey. The most important chapter. This chapter is the most important chapter of this entire book. I'm going to give you a brief overview of what you can expect to be discussed in detail as you read this book. Even though I'm giving you this overview, it's absolutely crucial that you read the entire thing because a lot of times what happens is you read a portion and they go, okay, I get the gist of it, and then you stop reading. This is where I went wrong with my interviews. When I interviewed people, I learned 80% of it and wrote it in my first book. I realized that I missed valuable information after I had already written it. I almost entitled this book Intuitively Thin Habits because one of the things people who are successful do is consistently demonstrate the disciplines that other people only show occasionally. Let me give you an example. Some people save a little bit of money and then they start going crazy buying large items and big cars that they can't afford. However, people who are financially wealthy make sure they are continually making wise investments, and sometimes they splurge. Overall, they are consistently making the wiser choice. I believe that is one of the habits that thin people do intuitively. They look at their eating on a weekly basis instead of daily. For example, if they had a bad day and eat more than they want to, they just make it up for the next day or later in the week. Everyone always says, I need a specific meal plan to follow to stay thin. Remember, there is no meal plan, period. One person may feel horrible after they eat avocados, but avocados are healthy and lots of thin people eat them all the time. In my last book, and probably somewhere in my podcast, I may have said something like, I don't eat a lot of grains or beans. I get the question a lot asking, what is wrong with grains and beans? There are a lot of thin people who eat grains and beans and do intermittent fasting. I do occasionally eat them, but I don't feel my best when I do. I do more of a keto flex diet where I add a sprinkling of grains and beans into my diet sporadically. I tend to focus on eating with fruits, vegetables, and items with lots of protein. This is just how I feel my best. So you have to customize what you eat to feel your best. This is what thin eaters do all the time. They are consistently doing things that heavier people only do occasionally. They make small decisions that make a big difference over time. That is what my friend Kim says is her number one thing to do. Be consistent over time. Habits matter, and one of the things you'll learn are the habits of these intuitively thin eaters. We realize that what we do to our bodies will be a reflection of what we will do continually, not just for a couple of days. I remember reading a statistic somewhere on Google that says over 90% of New Year's resolutions that people make aren't in effect by the end of January. 90%. That means only 10% of the people actually follow through. That is just crazy. One of my biggest concerns is that you're going to read a section and hear that sometimes I eat half a donut, and then you'll take that and go, okay, I can do that too. Part of being thin is not eating half a donut every day. One of the things you will learn in this book is that thin eaters eat in a keto flex diet. They sprinkle their diet with decadent food choices. The key word is sprinkle. The other thing that people do is focus on the what, but they don't focus on the how they got there. They also focus on who they want to be. So for me, I had to look at myself and say, I want to be an intuitively thin eater. I want to consistently consider what a thin eater does. That's what motivated me to keep asking them over and over what they do. If you think about it, every person wants to be physically fit. I've never met anyone that was like, you know what, I really just want to be 300 or 400 pounds. Being physically fit is everyone's goal. If we all have the same goal, then why do some people achieve it and some people don't? Every one of the NFL football teams says, we're going to win the championship this year, but some achieve it and some don't. We have to look at why you will or will not be able to achieve your goal. The answer lies in inconsistency. I see people all the time that are like, wow, I gained 50 pounds. I don't know how that happened. Or I gained 20 pounds and I didn't even notice. It just crept up on me. Here's what I see heavier people do all the time. They will eat a salad and other healthy meals for 3 days in a row. And after the 3 days, the scale doesn't move. You hear them say, I'm just going to eat whatever I want. This isn't working. And they give up. As you know, I didn't lose any weight for over 3 weeks when I first started intermittent fasting. The third week, I lost 6 pounds. I've seen people who do intermittent fasting for 2 days. Maybe they had a lot of salt and they get on the scale and they gain 2 pounds and they go, this doesn't work. And then they quit. When you don't see the results you want, avoid going into an attitude of saying, oh, forget it. I'm just going to go eat half of a cake. Or maybe you eat a third of the cake all in one session and don't gain any weight. So then you incorrectly conclude that bad decision didn't really move the needle that much. When you don't see results fast enough, you mistakenly conclude that small good decisions don't matter that much. This is a big mistake. A small change or a small tweak that you do every day does make a big difference. When you quit, you miss out on the truth that our lives are the culmination of all those small decisions and that all those small little decisions matter. That's the piece I really missed the first time around that I want to teach you this time. One of the things the thin eaters say is that they eat in the same patterns every day and every week. For instance, making the small decision that you're going to have black coffee instead of coffee with tons of cream and sugar. The Bible says, "Do not be weary by doing good, but at the proper time we will reap a harvest." I just started gardening, which I hate, by the way. I never realized how long these little seeds take to grow a little mini cucumber. It takes a while to reap the harvest. You can't be impatient. The best way for you to be consistent is for you to have accountability. To help you with this, we have private coaching and group coaching at chantelrayway.com/coaching, or you can join our Facebook accountability group. You will see that a lot of things I'm going to share I follow on a regular basis. One of the things I really struggle with is eating slowly. To fight this, I have to remind myself about the parasympathetic nervous system. Our nervous system has two primary parts that are crucial to understanding. First, one of the things that my podcast guests have told me, in addition to slowing down when I'm eating, is to reduce my stress when I'm eating. Thin eaters predominantly eat at night when things are calmer. So when thinking about when time is best for your eating window, you should decide on a time you are not too stressed to eat. For me, when I'm at work, I'm stressed most days. Another thing my podcast guests have told me is that a sympathetic nervous system controls our fight or flight response, and the parasympathetic nervous system controls our rest and digest response. We always want to eat when we are in a parasympathetic state. Our sympathetic nervous system kicks in whenever we're experiencing any kind of real or perceived threat. If fear, real or imagined, shows up in your thoughts or environment, for example, being chased by a fox in the woods, running late for a plane, or trying to finish a never-ending to-do list at work, our parasympathetic nervous system kicks in. Think about this. Digestion is not essential when we're fighting for our lives. If we find ourselves in a massive stress response, like if a lion was chasing us, our digestion completely shuts down. In our world, that lion chasing us might be, quote, having a strict deadline for work and being completely stressed out. It would make total sense. If we did have a lion chasing us, why would we need massive digestive enzymes to be kicking in at that time? Even judging ourselves for eating 4 cookies in one sitting, we activate our fight or flight response and shift into a stress zone. Remember, we don't want to get goals that are do goals. We want who goals. Who do I want to be in my weight loss? For me, I want to eat like an intuitively thin eater that never goes on a diet ever in her life. I want to break free of diet jail. I never want to have foods to buy. I never want to count calories or count points. I want to control my portions and satisfy my hunger. I only want to eat when I'm physically hungry, and I want to recognize when I'm truly hungry instead of eating for emotional reasons. I want to obey God, and I never want to overeat. You have to put systems in place to be successful, and you're going to hear systems that some of these thin women use to make them successful. The number one system they use is eating 1 meal and a tasting, every once in a while 1 meal, and sometimes 1 meal and 2 tastings. The majority of what they eat is a keto flex diet without knowing that they are eating that way, and sprinkling their meal with some decadent foods they love. Remember what your end goal is. Who do you want to be? Do you want to think like a thin eater? If so, you have to fix your daily habits. Download my podcast, Waste Away Through Intermittent Fasting, and listen to the podcast on habits for more in-depth tips. I want to share with you some conversations I had with some of my friends. We will dive deeper later in the book, but this will give you some insight into the lives of women that I respect and value who happen to be thin eaters. I believe that people learn from real stories from real people, and these people are as real as it gets. My friend Andrea is one of the few people who have a longer eating window. At 9 a.m., she's eating her tasting in the morning, and then she eats dinner at night. She usually skips lunch. Because of this, she will sometimes do 2 tastings. She will do something really small in the morning, like a quarter of a banana, 4 strawberries, and 3 nuts. That's how little she is eating in the morning. In the summer, she only does 1 meal and a tasting because she wants to be thinner in the summer for the bathing suit season. For me, one of the things I did to lose a lot of weight is intermittent fasting by eating in a 6-hour window. I still have more weight that I want to lose because I was eating in a 2 meal a day that I failed to lose the weight. The only way for me to get to the weight that I want is to do one meal and maybe a tasting, depending on how big that one meal is. Where I went wrong was eating 2 meals in that 6-hour window. And the other thing is, if I ate too much at lunch, I should not have a tasting at dinner. I wasn't physically hungry. That's the difference these women did. If they have too much at lunch, they don't have dinner. That's a big deal. This is going to be mind-blowing to you. Go to Google and search for weight and calories. You will see that it's like 40 calories or more per 5 pounds. Again, I'm not counting calories, but some charts show you the calories needed to lose 5 pounds is a very small amount of food. It can be the difference in eating half of an apple a day that can make you 5 pounds heavier. And again, I'm a big proponent of not counting calories, but sometimes I must mention this to open up people's eyes. The smallest amount of extra food could be keeping you from being the weight you want to be. Thin eaters are cognizant of calories. They know that avocado is high in fat and calories, but it also is so great for you. They will not eat 2 whole avocados in a sitting. I can tell you I have probably eaten more than 2 avocados while eating guacamole. But again, I have to be mindful to not eat too much and let it get out of control. What is important to note is that none of these women are counting calories. I have provided the approximate calorie count for context, but I assure you they aren't counting calories. When asked what this looks like on a day-to-day basis, my friend Missy said, at 1 p.m. I wanted chicken tenders, so I ate 1.5 chicken tenders over top of a salad. Another day for my tasting, I ate 1 piece of toast with an egg and a slice of bacon. But both nights at dinner, it's protein and non-starchy vegetables. It's probably about 300 calories for my tasting. One night, I might eat onions, mushrooms, and half of a steak for dinner. Another tasting, I would make pickled vegetables and an arugula salad with hummus. It's either a salad with protein or half of a sandwich or an open-faced sandwich. I only eat 1 slice of bread with whole grains. Then at dinner, I will have protein and veggies. I eat what I want, but I eat a lot of veggies. Over and over, the stories are consistent. I eat 1 meal at night and I eat something 200 to 450 calories for my lunch, even though they never know how many calories it is. One of the reasons they almost all have lunch as a tasting and dinner as the meal is because they want to have a lot of energy during the day. Digesting food takes a lot of energy. They have enough during lunch so they don't go crazy at dinner. So if you look at how many calories these women are eating, it's approximately 1,400 to 1,500 a day. They're having, 1,200 calories in their dinner and about 300 calories in their tasting. It isn't that thin women actually pay attention to counting their calories, but they are aware of when they are actually hungry. Eat what they want and have a small tasting instead of a midday meal, and don't overeat. I would ask someone, what do you eat and what time do you eat? 9 times out of 10, they would say, I'm just not a big breakfast person. I never eat breakfast, so I start eating around 1 o'clock, and then I usually eat dinner around 5:30. And then I usually eat dinner around 5:30 p.m. I pretty much finish around 6 p.m. I would ask another person and she would say, I start eating a snack around 2 p.m. I'll have something small and then I will have dinner around 6:30 p.m. After interviewing them more in depth, I realized that all of them were eating one medium-sized meal. And a snack or a tasting. For example, when I asked my friend Laura, what did you eat yesterday? She remarked that she had a big lunch and said, I was full, so I didn't eat anything the rest of the day. This is a perfect example of how I would have had to watch her eat. This is a perfect example of how I would have watched her eat that big meal, and in my mind, before I would say, see, she can eat whatever she wants and still stay so thin. But I didn't realize that's all she ate for the whole day. I would eat exactly what she ate, but then go home and eat dinner and be like, why am I not thin? I ate exactly what she did, when in reality, I had eaten so much more. As I began to dig deeper, I realized what all these thin women were doing. Not only were they doing intermittent fasting, but it seems like they were just having one meal and a tasting, or just one meal some days. I realized that the thinnest girls naturally eat this way. Page 12. This, this, that, or bites of both. I'm going to talk about that several times in this book. This is how thin eaters eat. Thin eaters are not getting pasta, bread, and dessert. They are either getting pasta or bread or dessert. If by chance they want to get all three, if by chance they want to get all of them at one meal, then they only have 3 bites of pasta, 3 bites of bread, and 3 bites of dessert. But they normally don't do this. It is this, that, or bites of both. I tried to make it catchy so you can say it every time you're making a decision. Should I have this or that? Or do I want bites of both? When I asked one of the thin eaters why she wouldn't have alcohol and dessert together, she would say that that would be like eating a double Whopper at Burger King. They don't do the double Whopper. They do alcohol with sugary. They don't do alcohol with sugary desserts. They don't do a high-carb pasta and a sugary dessert. They choose either this or that, or fun-sized bites if you want to get into the fat-burning zone. This is especially true when it comes to sugar, carbs, and alcohol. I asked all of the thin women that I interviewed about how much sugar they eat. They said, I might have 50 calories of something sweet, like 2 chocolate candy kisses after I finish my meal. Or others would say, instead of doing something little each day, they might have 1 dessert at the end of the week on a Saturday night. Some of the very thin women might say, I might have a dessert every other week if I really, really want it. One of the thin girls said, if I do eat a dessert, I don't also have alcohol within a 24-hour span. I look at things in about a 3 to 7 day window of time as far as how much sugar, carbs, and alcohol I have been eating. This was an aha moment for me. None of the girls would really eat dessert every day. Some of them might have had 2 bites every day of something sweet, while another one had nothing during the week. But then on Saturday, they might have 3/4 of a dessert at a nice restaurant. And the real skinny ones might have had half a dessert every other week. If you're eating too much sugar, the sugar is going to interfere and stop you from getting into that fat burning zone. When I asked the thin eaters about maintaining their lifestyle, every single person that I interviewed would say the same thing. You know, if I gain 3 or 5 pounds more than I would like, I just stop eating sweets and have a little less carbs for a week or 2, and that will help me lose the weight that I want. Then I can introduce sugar and carbs back in small amounts. One thing I have found will really hinder me from losing weight is having too much vegetable juice and fruit juices. I really try not to have fruit juices except for a splash of cranberry juice in my water. For me, juice really spikes my insulin and I have to be really careful with it. The one juice that I have to drink because my electrolytes can get off is coconut water. Even with coconut water, I try to only have about half of a cup. Everyone in my office knows that if I'm not feeling great, a half a cup of coconut water makes me feel like a new person. There's only one brand I like, Nirvana brand, and it's made from real young living coconuts. Otherwise, I can only drink it straight out of an actual living coconut. The other aha moment that I really had was just how few times a thin eater is eating sugar. What I realized is they're having about 50 calories of sugar per day, meaning half a cookie or 2 small Hershey excuse me, 2 small Hershey Kisses, or they're having 3/4 of one big dessert, maybe once a week or maybe every other week. Sugary desserts throw out so much of your fat burning that it's really, really important that you limit it as much as possible. Now, when we look at the hunger scale, if you think about it, most people eat dessert when they are at a level 4 on the hunger scale. But people who are thin save room for dessert. They might eat until they're at a 3.7. They might eat until they are at a 3.7 on the hunger scale, and then maybe a dessert every now and then. And then maybe a dessert every now and then to take them to a max. And then maybe a dessert every now and then to take them to a max of 4.0 on the hunger scale. Again, they only do this every now and then, and this is what I got wrong in my first book. What I have found is that most overeaters wait until they're at a 4.2 and then say, I'm going to have something sweet. And I'm going to have something sweet that puts me to a 4.6. In my first book, I said that you could have something decadent. Maybe 3 bites of it once or twice a day. But honestly, that is just too much. As I'm interviewing more thin people, they aren't having that kind of sugar every day. They're really limiting how much sugar that they can have. I'm going to make a chart so that you can see how much sugar is in some of these foods and how this is going to stop you from getting into fat burning if you are overdoing it. The other thing that thin people do is that they often will have fruit if they want something sweet, and that will kind of curb some of their sugar desire. Let's look at some examples of what you can eat instead of some of your favorite sugary desserts. Let's look at the Snickers bar. With the amount of sugar and calories in one candy bar, you could eat approximately 3.5 peaches. One slice of chocolate mousse is about 300 calories, which is the same as eating 3 apples or 4.2 slices of Dave's Killer Thin. Is the same as eating 3 apples or 4.2 slices of Dave's Killer Thin sliced bread. One Snickers bar's calories has the same amount of calories as 8 cups of raw broccoli. One slice of cheesecake has the same amount of calories as 80 almonds. The way that thin people eat their chocolate is they literally take a tiny piece and savor it. I was watching my friend Christy eat a piece of chocolate, and she will take a piece and let it melt into her mouth, giving the chocolate a minute to melt and savor that piece. Then she will put in another piece, and in the end, she's eating just a few pieces of dark chocolate. My mother likes to eat these organic chocolate chips. She will take a small handful, put them in her hand, eat a few chocolate chips, and that's the end of it. My favorite candy bar is a Snickers bar. So for me, that's what I like to take the Snickers. My favorite candy bar is the Snickers bar. You can take the little size, fun size Snickers bar. You can get the fun size Snickers bar, take half of it or cut it into quarters, put it in your mouth. You can get the fun size Snickers bar, take half of it or cut it into quarters and let it melt into your mouth. I love to freeze them, so I put them in the freezer and then you can crunch on them. Most overeaters will literally eat a Snickers bar in 4 bites and it will be gone in a second. I definitely feel like people who drink fruit juice, and it can be any kind of juice, apple juice, prune juice, grape juice, pineapple juice, may struggle because of the amount of sugar in the juice. I'm going to list a few different fruit juices here, and I'm going to put the number of calories and the amount of sugar that I just Googled for each of these. Can you and Michael come in here, please? So one of the things that again I'm seeing thin people do is when they have a dessert, they will eat only about 3/4 of a dessert. Page 17.
All right, so rolling again.
So one of the things that again I'm seeing thin people do is when they have a dessert, they will eat about 3/4 of a dessert every week or every other week. Let's say it was a piece of chocolate cake. They will eat maybe half or 3/4 of that piece of chocolate cake, and they will do that maybe. Let's say it was a piece of chocolate cake. They will eat maybe half or 3/4 of that piece of chocolate cake, maybe once a week or every other week. So in the end, they're eating maybe 400 calories worth of dessert. This dessert is taking the place of another food, meaning you're going to fill up to a level 4 and then eat all the way from a level. This dessert is taking the place of another food, meaning you're not going to fill up to a level 4 and then eat all the way from a 4 and end at a 4.3 or 4.5. Some of you may choose approximately 50 calories per day as a meal finisher. What I like to do instead is just to have a little bit of coffee with cream and then once a week have 400 calories and then once every other week have 400 calories as one big dessert. I suggest doing this every other week if you want to be really thin. If you don't want to be super thin, then have one every week. This is all from the interviews that I've been doing with people on their birthdays. I'm finding about how little sugar they're having, but again, they're not depriving themselves. You will hear a similar version of this story again later in this book. It is intentional that I repeat myself and say things over and over again. Things over again in this book. I say things multiple times for you to truly internalize it. One of my friends, Michelle, read my first book and lost 5 pounds, but then was stuck at a plateau. I told her to go back and listen to my audiobook 3 times. She listened to it every day for 15 minutes a day. And guess what? She lost her last 15 pounds. The more times you hear this truth, the more successful you will be. As I was interviewing people, I noticed that there were 2 kinds of eaters. Some people were sweet people and some people were salty people. Then some people love crunchy foods and some people love soft foods. For me, there is no question that I have a serious sweet tooth. I've always loved chocolate, soft moist cake, crunchy cookies, ice cream, and all types of candy. While I definitely have my moments craving chips or pizza, my sweet tooth outweighs my salty cravings all day long. Each one of the thin eaters I interviewed said they either craved crunchy or creamy soft foods. I will list some examples of each. See which one you identify with more. Crunchy foods. Carrots, chips, hard tacos, crispy cookies, the outside of the brownie, hard cheddar cheese, brownie brittle, crispy fries, crunchy pecans. Soft foods. Cooked veggies, soft tacos, soft cookies, the middle of the brownie, whipped cream cheese, soft warm chocolate cake, mashed potatoes, creamy peanut butter. Which sounds more like you? It's important to find out if you're crunchy or soft, sweet or salty, so that you can make sure that you are able to get some of these elements in your meal. Otherwise, you will tend to overeat and not be satisfied. I personally am a sweet and crunchy girl. My husband is a soft and sweet combination. There is no right or wrong category for you to be. Every person has a target of where they have their satiety center. Pretend that you have a target to hit. And in the bullseye is a smile. When you hit the bullseye, that makes you smile. When you enjoy the food that satisfies your soft or crunchy side or your salty or sweet side, you have hit your happy target. In my day, I usually have about half a cup of berries and a half a cup of berries or a half a cup of pomegranate. Others salty love Other salty loving thin eaters might have to have a half a cup of chips or half a cup of salted pistachios. One of the most important things that you're going to do is to learn to make sure that you're either at a level 1 or a level 0 on the hunger scale, or what I call hungry hungry hippo level. What is hungry hungry hippo level? What is hungry hungry hippo? In my first edition of my book, I called it Hamster Hungry because I had a friend who went out of town, and when she came back, she realized her hamster had eaten all its babies because it ran out of food. But once they knew the origin of the story, people were like, ew, gross. I don't want to call it Hamster Hungry after that. So I changed it to Hungry Hungry Hippo. Let's look at the levels of hunger, which we will go over more in more detail later. Level 0. Do away with dieting. If you've read my prior books, Fasting to Freedom, Waste Away the Chantel Ray Way, and Freedom from Food Bible Study Workbook, you know that I've interviewed over 1,000 women and asked them how they stay thin. I used to say things like, I'm never eating again. I would be so happy if I would be thinner. I'm going on a diet on Monday. I look at food and it goes to my hips. I wonder how she eats like that and stays so thin. How does she eat all that food and still have a perfect body? This will never work for me because I will just gain it right back. After I interviewed so many women, I realized that many of them never dieted and yet they always stayed the same size. But how did they do it? The principles outlined in this book will explain just that and so much more. First things first. Taste is very important to me and to all the thin women that I have interviewed. Fad diets will encourage you to eat foods that are bland and unenjoyable. Who wants to do that? Everyone wants to enjoy and savor the food they eat, regardless of your weight loss or maintenance goals. Based on my discussions with women who maintain their weight naturally, this is entirely possible to do. As I interviewed other thin women, I realized that they ate what I call a keto flex diet, even though they don't realize that is what they are doing. So they would say to me, I mostly eat vegetables, moderate protein, and healthy fats. They would say I probably eat about half a cup of grains a day if I'm craving it, and maybe half a cup of fruit if I'm craving it. They are listening to their body of what they want. What is Keto Flex? This book is keto-ish, but is a flexible approach to a way of eating that will keep you satisfied while you lose weight and increase energy. Finding true keto-friendly recipes that taste great and feel fresh can be hard. Just ask anyone who is on the keto diet or cooking for someone who is. It's a seriously restrictive eating plan that cuts out a lot of staples, including some highly nutrient-dense fruits. But that doesn't mean you have to subsist on plates full of bacon alone. Additionally, there are options for healthful fruits and natural sugars. What will you eat while intermittent fasting? Crazy delicious food to the point of satiety. You will not be hungry. One of the things that people get very confused about is the word keto. When you think of the word, most people associate it with a ketogenic diet because the goal is to get the body to go into ketosis. Ketosis is a state where your body uses ketone bodies where food or carbohydrates are low as a survival mechanism. The body will metabolize fat quickly and make ketones to save your brain so your brain can use one of two things, glucose or sugar or ketones. When you eat fewer carbs, your body eventually burns through its glycogen or sugar stores and starts using fat ketones. Your metabolism still needs energy to power your body and brain, so it switches to burning fat for fuel. That fat comes from your body fat or fat in the food you eat. Ketosis has tons of benefits like more brain power, fewer cravings, lasting energy, and weight management. You can get into ketosis by two different ways, either by intermittent fasting or by eating a ketogenic diet. People don't realize that they can get into ketosis by either way. Essentially, ketosis forces the body to use fat stores as its primary source of energy, which is referred to as fat adaptation. Some people will say it takes anywhere from 1 to 3 weeks to become fat adapted, while some people can do it in a week. To accomplish this, people limit their carbohydrate consumption to under 50 grams per day while monitoring their protein intake. This can be overwhelming for some people, which is why I like to adopt what I call a keto flex approach to intermittent fasting. In addition to the keto flex way of eating that comes naturally to them, protein, they low carbohydrate method of eating intermittent fasting. Eating this way for a period of time intermittent fasting is a cycle of eating where you 80% of what you eat consists of vegetables, the rest protein, and healthy fat. The most common window is called 16-8. Is usually made up of for 16 hours and or fruit within an 8-hour while maintaining 10%. This doesn't mean that you eat for the entire 8 hours. Without being consciously aware of what they're doing, the women I interviewed were eating in a keto flex and intermittent fasting. Many of the interviewees have told me that if you ask them, they wouldn't be able to name it. They say, that's just what I do. It seems like most of the women day after day, I concluded a 4 to 8 hour eating window is naturally not how they purpose. It's not likely that they looked at the clock and said, okay, I'm going to eat exactly at this time and then stop eating exactly at this time. They just did it naturally. So let me give you a few examples. I would ask someone, what do you eat and what time do you eat? 9 times out of 10, they would say, I'm just not a big breakfast person. I never eat breakfast, so I start eating around 1 o'clock, and then I usually eat dinner around 5:30 p.m. I pretty much finish around 6 p.m. I would ask another person and she would say, I start eating a snack around 2 p.m. I'll have something small and then I will have dinner around 6:30 p.m. After interviewing them more in depth, I realized that all of them were eating one medium-sized meal and a snack or a tasting. For example, when I asked my friend Laura, what did you eat yesterday? She remarked that she had a big lunch and said, I was full, so I didn't eat anything for the rest of the day. This is a perfect example of how I would have watched her eat that big meal. And in my mind, before I would say, see, she can eat whatever she wants and still stay so thin. But before, I didn't realize that's all she ate the whole day. I would eat exactly what she ate, but then go home and eat dinner and be like, why am I not thin? I ate exactly what she did, when in reality, I had eaten so much more. As I began to dig deeper, I realized what all of these women were doing. Not only are they doing intermittent fasting, but it seems like they were just having one meal and a tasting or just one meal some days. I realized that the thinnest girls naturally eat this way. The other piece is asking the question, what are you deciding to eat? One of the biggest questions they ask themselves is, how am I going to feel about myself after I eat this? The second one is, how am I going to feel physically after I eat it? Is this worth it? Almost every person I would interview would say, if I have a carb or bread for lunch, I would not be having a rice or potato for dinner. Not because they don't want another serving of carbs, but rather the excess carbohydrates would make them feel overly full. They might have one slice of bread on an open-faced sandwich for lunch and salmon and veggies for dinner. They might have a burger with no bun and then eat some fries and shrimp and vegetables for dinner. For lunch, they might have a grilled chicken salad, and then dinner is maybe rice and chicken and broccoli. I'm beginning to see a trend here. They all say, I don't like to be too full after I eat. 100% of the women I interviewed always said they don't like to be too full because they feel tired and have no energy if they eat too much. In addition to not wanting to be overly stuffed during the day, they also consider whether or not the food they are presented with is really worth it. Recently, I went to dinner with my friend Kelly. When we tasted the bread, she took one bite and said, it's not worth it. The bread didn't taste good enough to make that her grain and carb for the day. The next weekend, we went to a different restaurant. She took one bite of the bread and said, this bread is worth every bite. She meant that the carbs and calories in that bread was worth using her daily amount of carbs on those bites. Let me give you another example. I have 3 pairs of shoes in my closet that are over $200 for each pair, but they were so gorgeous, I made the decision to buy them, even though in general, I don't spend more than $200 on a pair of shoes. It's a good example for something that I only do about once a year because those shoes are rare and worth the extra money. Most people are constantly aware of how much money they spend and how much they save. What if we thought about food in the same way? We must balance our checkbooks or the Venmo account to keep track of what we spend. Just like we want to be financially wealthy, we want to be physically healthy. So asking yourself similar questions when presented with food choices could totally impact your investment in your body over the long term. For example, for me, I love to go to the Ritz-Carlton and Four Seasons. Every time I go, I spend too much money. Their massages are like $180 a pop. I also love to go to the spa, and I end up spending too much for the weekend. When I get home, I don't buy any clothes, I don't buy new makeup, and I eat at home. This allows me to balance what I just spent. The same could and should be applied to how we eat. Is it worth it? Lean meats, lots of vegetables, and healthy fats, and sometimes indulging in a dessert allows you to not feel deprived while taking control of your eating. I asked my friend Andrea about how she decides what she is going to eat. The number one question she asks herself is, how is this going to make me feel? Personally, I like how I feel when I eat lots of cooked vegetables. But when I eat raw vegetables, I don't feel as good. So I tend to eat more cooked vegetables because of how they make me feel. When I eat a banana, I will eat a quarter of a banana. Not because I have anything against bananas, I just know that I won't feel as good as if I eat the whole thing. How much is a particular food worth to you? Maybe it's worth it to indulge in a piece of cheesecake now and then. Go for it. But eating cheesecake every day may not be worth it once the effects of the sugar, carbs, and caloric load start to impact your waistline and overall health. When is the best time to eat your one meal a day? It's up to you to determine when is the best time to consume your food for the day. Some people prefer to eat their daily required calories at lunch and some at dinner. I only know one person who eats mostly breakfast and doesn't really eat lunch or dinner. There are many different viewpoints out there, and there's no absolute right answer on what is best. In my opinion, if you want to work with your body as much as possible, eating later in the day is preferred. Our body spends so much of the day under the control of the sympathetic branch of our nervous system. This system controls the fight or flight response and helps us respond and react to stress. During the day, our bodies are naturally a little more stressed. As the day goes on and we transition into the night, the parasympathetic branch of the nervous system kicks in. This branch promotes rest and digestion. In the latter part of the day, our bodies are better suited for good digestion. I would say more than 90% of the people I know have dinner, or what they call linner. That is a late lunch with a dinner. Eating later in the day also makes it convenient to enjoy your meals with friends. You can still participate in family dinners around the dining room table, go to a dinner party, or join friends. Better ROI, good investments, and decadent meals. As you know, I'm in real estate, and one of the things that people always ask me is whether or not a rental property has a good ROI or return on investment. Typically, we refer to something called the 1% rule to determine if the potential rental income can meet or exceed the monthly mortgage on a property. However, the 1% rule doesn't account for things like closing costs, repairs, maintenance, insurance, or property taxes. An easy way to calculate these costs is to multiply the cost of the property by 1%. So, if someone buys a property for $100,000 and you multiply that by 1%, then you should be able to get $1,000 a month for rent. Let's say you bought the property for $200,000. If you multiply $200,000 times 1%, that's $2,000. It's often difficult to find properties that will yield a good ROI, but not impossible. Just like we look at real estate as an investment, we should look at food the same way. The type of food I eat is an investment in my body, and I want to be sure I'm getting the best ROI on what I buy and consume. As I interviewed my friends, they always asked themselves whether or not what they were eating was a good investment. Let me give you a perfect example. Let's say I was craving pizza. I could order a pizza that had a regular crust with gluten and a high amount of carbs. But what if I spent the extra money for cauliflower crust? Or better yet, what if I made the pizza at home so I could be sure the ingredients were healthy and devoid of extra calories and chemicals? My investment in the pizza would be a bit higher financially and may require a bit more of my time, but the return would yield greater results than just ordering a regular pizza. For me, eating a cauliflower pizza would be just as good as eating the regular pizza because I love cauliflower crust pizza as long as it's super crispy. So why wouldn't I choose that over the more calorie indulgent choice? What is the better ROI? If the healthier option is just as good or almost as good, why not? My friend Kim says, anytime I eat chicken, I don't want it fried. For example, when I go to Chick-fil-A, I always get the grilled chicken because I like it almost as much. The difference is so negligible that it doesn't justify eating something fried. One of the things that I never eat is artificially sweetened, fat-free, or some other fake version of real food. A quick Google search will show you that artificial sweeteners can actually make you crave sweets even more. Instead, I will use monk fruit or stevia to sweeten something. Another thing that I would never eat are fake meat products, such as a soy or veggie burger that wasn't homemade. These quote foods are literally filled with chemicals and are so processed that I would never touch that, even if it was less calories. I love to have a real grass-fed burger, which is ultimately a much better investment due to the quality of meat. If meat isn't your thing, you could make your own veggie burger that is juicy and totally plant-based. You could top it with caramelized onions, roasted cauliflower, broccoli, grilled zucchini, blanched asparagus, sauteed red peppers, roasted sweet potatoes. The list is endless. Now, that is the kind of veggie burger I would eat. I would have to ask myself if that would be the same ROI. For some people, that veggie burger would be the same ROI, while for other people, it wouldn't. What is the best ROI for you? Another question I asked one of my thin friends is, how do you decide whether you eat one meal or whether you eat a meal and a tasting for the day? They typically respond that they ask themselves a series of simple questions. How hungry am I today? If I skip a meal, will I be fine? Or am I going to maybe overeat on the next meal because I'm too hungry? Is it worth it? One of the things I hear my thin friends say is the majority of what they eat is moderate protein, lots of veggies, and healthy fats. However, they sprinkle their day with something that is decadent. Another way to say, is it worth it, is what is the wise choice that will satisfy me? For my friend Kristen, she doesn't care for dessert that much. And if she had her choice, she'd rather have one glass of wine and nachos as an appetizer. Kristen is obsessed with nachos, but she will not eat them if they aren't to her standards. If she takes a bite and they aren't very good, she'll order something completely different, like grilled tuna bites instead. In her mind, why waste the carbs and calories if the nachos aren't amazing? And despite her love for nachos, she only has them once a week. My friend Andrea, however, loves French fries, but she is very particular about how they should be prepared. She likes them skinny and crispy. If they are fat and wide, she won't even touch them. Because it doesn't check the box of an enjoyable indulgence, it's not worth the caloric intake. Like Kristen, though she loves French fries, she doesn't have them every day. Not because she wouldn't love to indulge in them, but because she knows they are an indulgence, not a regular staple of her diet. How much is the particular food worth to you? Maybe it is worth it to indulge in a piece of cheesecake every now and then. Go for it. But eating cheesecake every day may not be worth it. Once the effects of sugar, carbs, and caloric load start to impact your waistline and overall health. How am I going to feel when I eat this? Lean meat, lots of vegetables, and healthy fats, and sometimes indulging in a dessert allows you not to feel deprived while taking control of your eating. I asked my friend Andrea about how she decides what she is going to eat. The number one question she asks herself is, how is this going to make me feel? Personally, I like how I feel when I eat lots of cooked vegetables, but when I eat raw vegetables, I don't feel as good. Therefore, I tend to eat more cooked vegetables because of how they make me feel. When I eat a banana, I will eat a quarter of a banana, not because I have anything against bananas. I just know I won't feel as good if I eat the whole thing. Thin eaters report that they hate the feeling of overeating. It makes them tired, sluggish, and uncomfortable. They regret when they eat too much and feel it right away. They don't diet. They just follow an eating lifestyle that feels perfectly natural to them. As you practice OMAAT and a tasting, you'll find yourself agreeing eating too much is ridiculous. One thing I want every reader to understand is that as long as you're eating in your eating window, you can't make a mistake no matter what you eat. These days, I'll have half of a donut and won't feel guilty about it one bit. Why? Because I don't eat donuts every day. The problem with dieting is people don't want to control how much they eat, so they make their food behave. They overeat on things like carrots or celery and say that because it's healthy food, it doesn't count. That's not what the Bible says at all. The Bible says, put a knife to your throat if you're being gluttonous. Proverbs 23:2. Period. The end. You have to practice self-control. If I ask a thin eater, someone who is very healthy, what she ate yesterday, she may say a slice of pizza and brownie for lunch and steak, vegetables, and some pasta for dinner. In my head, because she's drop dead gorgeous and super skinny, I will say to myself, see how skinny she is? And she ate a brownie and pasta. Then I will talk myself into eating that. And I can eat it, but only if it's gluten-free or I'll feel awful. My body can't process gluten because of autoimmune issues. My body cannot handle it, but hers can. If I eat gluten, my joints hurt. I can't walk, my head gets inflamed with psoriasis, and chunks of skin fall off, and I get massively constipated and exhausted. If you have no food allergies or sensitivities, but you avoid certain foods because you think you're being good, then you're trying to control the food instead of focusing on hunger and fullness. Hunger and fullness. You have to get in tune with your body and ask, how hungry am I? How full am I? This is the only way you're going to successfully lose weight with intermittent fasting. When you learn how to evaluate true hunger, you're going to discover you don't need to eat as much food or as many meals as you think you do. You might end up only eating 1 or 2 meals a day. Now, don't look at that and think that's crazy. I might as well give up now. You're going to find out what works for you. And as you learn to recognize true hunger, you're going to find yourself eating less and less. Start with learning not to eat more than what your body needs. To help you to do that, I developed the hunger scale. The next time you think about eating food, locate your level of hunger on this hunger scale first. The hunger scale. Never eat past 4 on the hunger scale. 0. Hungry, hungry, hippo, hungry. 0. Hungry, hungry, hippo, hungry. Starving, ravenous, weak, grouchy. All you can think about is what to eat and how you can get it. You may get a headache, struggle to concentrate, or get hangry. Hungry plus angry. 1. Stomach is growling. Empty stomach. You can physically hear your stomach growling and feel an empty sensation. It's important that you feel both sensations because your stomach can growl for other non-hunger reasons like digestion. Be sure that it's growling because it's empty. Everything sounds good to eat at this point of hunger. 2. Hungry. You're starting to think about food and certain things that sound good to you. You're deciding what your body is craving. 3. Not hungry, not full, neutral. You sense that there is some food in your stomach and you're at peace. Your stomach feels comfortable. 4. Satisfied, full. Comfortably full. You might want to eat more, but you shouldn't. 5. Stuffed, uncomfortably full. You're getting tired because your body is using all the energy to digest food. You may want to take a nap or need to unbuckle your belt. You feel as if you've overeaten. Identify true hunger. The crux of this entire book is the proper understanding of hunger. To understand hunger, you have to properly define it. Hunger is the physical need for fuel. It's something that comes in cycles. You're never hungry all the time. Hunger is something that we often confuse with appetite. Appetite is your mental desire for food. You can have an appetite all the time. If you come back to work after your lunch break and someone brings in donuts, you might eat one. That's not hunger, that's appetite. Most people never know their true hunger because they don't let themselves get hungry. The goal with intermittent fasting is to let yourself get hungry. We want to get excited about getting hungry. When you're truly hungry, you know exactly what your body is craving and what you want to eat. On the flip side, when you're not hungry, a friend can ask you what you're in the mood for, and you have to decide. That opens the door to unnecessary eating. When you eat according to true hunger, you're not eating when the clock tells you to. There is no more. It's 12 o'clock. That's lunchtime. It takes about a week to figure out true hunger. For some people, it's probably because they've never heard their stomachs growl, and they've gotten so heavy that they could probably go without eating for days. Hunger can also be confused with dehydration. You can think you're really hungry when actually you're thirsty. Staying hydrated will help you to learn to differentiate between those two feelings. You don't eat because the clock says it's lunchtime and everyone else is going out to eat. I am not a nutritionist, but I am an expert in intermittent fasting because of the years I've spent researching, interviewing thin women, and applying the principles that I learned to obtain my goals. If you've read my prior books, Fasting to Freedom, Waste Away the Chantal Ray Way, and Freedom from Food Bible Study Workbook, you know I've been on quite a journey with my weight loss efforts. I would be so happy if I were thinner. However, after I interviewed so many women, I realized that many of them never dieted and yet they always stayed the same size. But how did they do it? Over the past few years, through social media, by podcast, and in person, I have heard so many questions from people trying to eat this way for the first time in their lives. What can I drink? When should I fast? Most of them couldn't put a name on it if you asked them, but the trends among them remain the same. They would eat mostly vegetables, moderate protein, and healthy fats. They kept servings of grain to a minimum and ate fruit sparingly. Instead of agonizing over their food choices, they became really good at listening to their bodies to determine what to eat. As you read this book, you will learn how to get in tune with your body and your individual needs so that you can finally break free from the cycle of dead-end dieting and enjoy food again. Additionally, I've included easy recipes for breakfast, lunch, dinner, and snacks or tastings to help guide you along the way. Of the women I interviewed, 10% of them ate one meal a day, or what I will refer to as OMAAT for the rest of the book. Even though 70% ate 2 meals, for a lot of them, it was more like 1 meal and a tasting. You may think eating OMAD sounds absolutely ridiculous, but it actually can save you a ton of time and money. Once your body gets used to it, it's not nearly as hard as it sounds. When I am in maintenance mode, I like to eat in a 6-hour window, but when I've gained a few pounds and really want to lose weight, eating in a 1-hour eating window and eating OMAD is what really works for shedding extra pounds. OMAD is based on the principle of intermittent fasting. In my opinion, the reason intermittent fasting is so effective is because you are always in a fed state or fasted state. The only way you could eat something while your body would still think you are in a fasted state is if you ate straight fat. So if you ate just a tablespoon of ghee, your body would still think you are in a fasted state. As soon as your body starts digesting all the nutrients from whatever you ate, and for several hours after, depending on the food you ate, your body is basically creating insulin. When it creates insulin, the insulin signals your body to store the food it has taken in. Your body has a choice. It can take the food in as body fat or as glycogen. If your glycogen stores are totally full already because you are not hungry and have enough already stored up, then your body is not ever burning fat because it is in complete storage mode. If I drink MCT oil or coconut oil with my coffee, it can cause me to gain weight. My body can choose the fat I gave it or the fat on my hips. I rather my body eat the fat on my hips or stomach. What does that hour of OMAD look like for me? For a while, I started eating my OMAD at lunch, which I like doing, but I have so much more energy and I'm so much more productive during the day when I don't eat. Instead of eating something quick for lunch, I really enjoy that OMAD at dinner with my family. When I was doing the OMAD at lunch, I sat down at the dinner table one night to actually eat, and my son, who always sets the table, put just a glass of water in front of me. I said, "Hun, I'm eating dinner tonight." And he was so shocked because it had been so long since I had actually eaten dinner with them. So I switched my OMAD to dinner. The thing that works the best is for me to have a very small tasting around 2 o'clock and then dinner with my family. The very first thing I do in that hour is usually eat some sort of high-fat food. I'm usually very hungry after 23 hours, and this helps calm my body down. If I choose to eat OMAD for that day, right before the very first thing I do, if I choose to eat OMAD for the day, the very first thing I do is usually eat some sort of high-fat food. I'm usually very hungry after 23 hours, and this helps calm my body down and ease into digestion. I might have a quarter of an avocado or some almonds, just a small amount of fat because it helps fill me up. It's almost like an appetizer. If I'm out to dinner, I will order chicken lettuce wraps or something similar so that I can be a little bit fuller. Then I eat my meal. If I'm going to have a dessert, I will wait a bit and have a little dessert. But let's be clear, even though I'm having dessert, I'm not eating a huge slice of cheesecake. Instead, I would eat some berries with whipped cream. This would satisfy the sweet tooth without causing pain, discomfort, or regret. If this is your first time trying OMAD, I don't suggest that you go from eating 3 or 4 meals a day to going into just 1 meal a day. It's great if you decide you're going to start intermittent fasting beginning with an 8-hour window, then 6-hour window, then 4-hour window, and work your way down. You must decide how and when you do best with your OMAD. Only you know how your body feels when you eat certain foods. Remember, most of the thin eaters do OMAD and a tasting, not just OMAD. It's up to you when you determine when the best time to consume your food for the day. It's up to you to determine when is the best time to consume your food for the day. Some people prefer to eat all of their daily required calories at breakfast time, some at lunch, and some at dinner. I only know one person who eats mostly breakfast and doesn't really eat lunch or dinner. There are many different viewpoints out there, and there's no absolute right answer to what is best. In my opinion, if you want to work with the body as much as possible, eating later in the day is preferred. I just feel like I'm so much more productive during the day with the number of things I can get done when I don't eat. Our bodies spend much of the day under the control of the sympathetic branch of our nervous system. This system controls the fight or flight response and helps us respond and react to stress. During the day, our bodies are naturally a little more stressed. As the day goes on and we transition into the night, the parasympathetic branch of the nervous system kicks in. This branch promotes rest and digestion. In the latter part of the day, our bodies are better suited for good digestion. I would say more than 90% of the people I know use dinner, or they will eat what they call linner, late lunch with a dinner, as their OMAD. They will have their tasting usually around 1 to 2 p.m. Eating later in the day also makes it convenient to enjoy your meals with friends. You can still participate in family dinners around the dining room table, go to a dinner party, or join friends out for an evening meal. Recently, I went to a fancy French lunch with friends to celebrate a birthday. We arrived at 1 p.m., but by the time we ate, it was 2 p.m. Because it was a big lunch in the middle of the day, that was the only meal for me and some of my friends for the whole day. If your meal satisfies your nutritional needs for the day and satisfies your hunger, there is no need to eat anything other than that meal. I cannot stress enough that the more interviews I do, the more people I find who are doing some kind of snack around 2 o'clock and then eating a dinner. But if they know they're going out for a big party, they might not have anything at all for lunch and save it all for that dinner. Then on the days that you have a bigger lunch and you weren't hungry for dinner, You could either sit and enjoy the company while having nothing to eat, or perhaps order a side of vegetables or a small salad so that you're not the only one at the table not eating. However, my friends and I have gone to lunch countless times where one or more of us doesn't eat because we weren't hungry. One of the things that really helps people wait until 2 o'clock to eat is having coffee with almond milk, coconut milk, MCT, oil, or cream. I always like to say that it's best if you can train your body to have black coffee, but most of the people I interview say they have coffee with cream in the morning, which allows them to wait until 2 o'clock to eat their first tasting. You can time your meals based on what works for you, not what others prefer. We eat a very early dinner in my family. I had a girl call me at 4:45 p.m. one time, and she said, "What are you doing?" I said, "Oh, I'm finishing dinner." She was surprised and was like, "At 4:45? You can eat an early dinner and you don't have to wait until 7 o'clock. I feel like the nice thing also is at the end of the day, I'm more relaxed and my digestion in the latter part of the day is better. I can take my time. I'm not worried about work or other things, and I can slow down a little bit. Just remember that even if you decide to eat a big meal at lunchtime, there's no reason why you can't participate in family dinner or go to a dinner party because you don't have to eat to enjoy the experience. That is the biggest thing. People who are thin feel no pressure to eat just because they're at dinner or a function. That is the biggest thing. People who are thin feel no pressure to eat just because they're at dinner or a function. A lot of times I'll go to lunch meetings or parties and people will say, "Oh, eat something small," but I'll sit there and not eat. You must get out of your mind that you have to eat just because you've been invited to an event or party. Eating has nothing to do with enjoying someone's company. Nothing. In fact, not eating actually makes the time more meaningful because you aren't shoving food in your face and you're able to talk more. When you're eating one full meal, eat whatever you want. However, when I was noticing what these thin women were eating, they were maybe having one serving of grains or maybe one serving of fruit. It's ideal to have vegetables and a protein as the major components of that meal, but eat what you want, eat what you're craving. If you want steak, eat a steak. If you want chicken, eat chicken. Whatever it is that your body craves at the time, go for it. Let me tell you some of the reasons why I love doing the OMAAT and a tasting lifestyle. You will actually save money. If I'm not saving money, it's because I'm eating really healthy, clean foods for that one meal. I might pick up something from somewhere and it might be a $30 meal. Some people spend $10 on breakfast, lunch, and dinner all the time. But I choose to spend $30 collectively on one single meal and get way better food. You can either save money and eat a $10 meal or get something more expensive and of higher quality. It improves digestion. When you fast for so long, it gives all your systems a way to rest. It can give your pancreas, gallbladder, and other organs a rest. It can really help people who have IBS and like issues. It helps you stop thinking about food. The weird thing is, when I put in my mind that I'm not eating for the whole day, I literally do not think about food. I'm able to focus on other things. You might think that if you're only eating once a day, you're going to be ravenous. But when your body transitions from a sugar burning mode to a fat burning mode, you are less hungry. If you are ravenous, that is why a tasting is so important. It helps you not be crazy hungry. It increases energy. I'm telling you, when I eat OMAAT, I just feel lighter and bubblier. The amount I can accomplish is just so much more when food isn't weighing me down. Another reason I like eating dinner instead of lunch is that I avoid the 3 o'clock slump. People are generally finishing their lunch around 1 or 2 o'clock, and that is when they start getting tired and sluggish and their blood sugar starts dropping. But I avoid that when I eat OMAAT at dinner. It decreases inflammation. I have a lot of issues with joint pain and inflammation. My knees swell up and my joints hurt. But when I'm doing OMAAT and a tasting, really making sure the food is high quality for that one meal, it really helps with these issues. It saves calories. I don't count calories, but I know just from the amount of food that I'm eating that I don't eat as many calories in one meal as I would be eating in 3 meals a day. Some days when I'm eating just one meal, I eat more than other days, which is natural. But often, because I haven't eaten all day, I get full really quickly, so my portion sizes are smaller. If you're listening to your hunger and your satiety signals when eating OMAD, you're going to eat less food. In the beginning, because they are waiting all day to eat, some people overeat. You must make sure you are still eating to the point right before you're full and not passing that point. If you're interested in going on an extended fast, then you need to get my book, Fasting to Freedom. The guidance in that book is different than if you're just going to do OMAD because the fasting period is longer. List of things you can have when fasting with OMAD. Great. Water, black coffee, tea unflavored with no added flavors or sweeteners, herbal tea unflavored and not fruity, unflavored sparkling water like San Pellegrino, Perrier, and LaCroix. Good if you absolutely need a crutch. Try to not have it at all. MCT oil, coconut oil, ghee, heavy cream if not allergic to dairy. These are all good options to add to your coffee if you need to have a creamer. These are all crutch drink options to add to your coffee if you need to have creamer. I have seen some people lose tons of weight with adding these in their coffee. It also stumps a lot of people in their weight loss. This is a crutch. This is a crutch drink. Crutch drinks. If you absolutely need a crutch, try to not have anything at all. However, try to have no oil or creamer at all. Also, more crutch options that are just okay. Organic stevia, regular creamer unsweetened, coconut milk, almond milk. I have seen some people lose tons of weight with adding these in their coffee. It also stumps a lot of people in their weight loss. Again, this is a crutch drink. At some point, you have to get off the crutches. As I mentioned, perpetually thin women choose to have some sort of snack during their eating window, which is 200 to 400 calories. And again, they don't count those calories. They just choose things that satisfy without being equal to a meal. So what would a tasting like that consist of? Maybe a leftover from yesterday's meal. Did you put a small leftover in the fridge that would make a good tasting? A quote tasting is the equivalent of a snack. The size of the tasting depends on the individual. Some of the people who are really thin might have a calorie tasting that would amount to 150 to 250 calories. This could be a protein bar or a handful of almonds or vegetables and hummus. The tasting is most of the time whatever their body is craving. For example, my friend Lori may have a healthy Starbucks protein bar because it's quick and easy to eat on the run. My friend Kelly, however, will have raw veggies and a little bit of hummus with one slice of turkey. Some examples of tastings you can try are carrot chips with honey mustard and feta cheese, half an apple and 2 pieces of turkey, leftover salad from the night before, basic salad with feta cheese and a honey mustard dressing with 2 slices of deli turkey, red peppers and celery with half a cup of strawberries or half a cup of cantaloupe, 1 slice of cauliflower pizza. Let's talk about what I refer to as a hunger snack in my book, Waste Away. As I interviewed different women, almost all of them had a solution for curbing their appetites before it was time to eat. I asked, when you're hungry, what do you do to keep yourself from binging and keep yourself from getting so ravenously hungry? All of them said they either use a hunger drink or a hunger snack. One of the things that my mom and aunt used to say to me all the time was, slow down. I would get myself to the point that I was so hungry that once I would eat, I would inhale. If you look at my mom's purse at any given time, she always has snacks in her bag, raw or dry roasted almonds with no oil, walnuts or cashews. And usually, when you are in the car with her, within 30 minutes to an hour before lunch, she pulls out of her bag of walnuts, and she has each kind of snack in a different little Ziploc bag. She has almonds in one bag, walnuts in another bag, and she literally pulls out each bag and says, "Who wants walnuts? Who wants almonds?" She almost sounds like the people at the baseball game selling the snack in the stands, or the people at the carnival who say peanuts, soda, popcorn. I would say a good 50% of the people I interviewed carried some sort of hunger snack with them at all times. Nuts, fruit, or dried fiber cereal are the top things that people would say they carry with them. It's varied, but nuts were the number one thing that people carried. This is likely because they're high in fat and provide quick satiety. Kim carries Cracklin' Oat brand cereal with her at all times in a little snack baggie or some kind of fruit. Some might bring a little bag of carrots, but they almost always would eat some sort of snack about 30 minutes to an hour before they were going to eat, so they wouldn't be ravenously hungry. Hunger snacks can be consumed inside of your eating window. They're meant to be high protein, high fat snacks that keep you from feeling ravenous. The best hunger snack you can pick are nuts like cashews or almonds. If you can't find something high in fat, then look for a high fiber food. Good options are an apple with peanut butter, half an avocado, a pickle, or an egg. Don't make your hunger snack a processed high-carb food. 2 tastings and a meal. Sometimes one tasting isn't enough to get you through the day, so you might add another one to help you as you near your OMAAT. A lot of people lean towards this model in the winter months when temperatures drop and our activity levels decrease. In the winter, some of my friends say they eat one meal and 2 small tastings in the winter time. Our bodies tend to crave more food in the winter to deal with the dip in temperature, while the opposite happens in the summer. Hello, bikini season. When the heat rises outside, most people naturally resort to a small taste of something, perhaps some fruit or nuts, and one substantial meal a day. This allows them to be focused and satiated, but not overly full. This way of eating is really about making the choices that work for you, but not obsessing over the details. If you wake up and crave breakfast, If you wake up and crave a hearty breakfast, that caloric load should be able to sustain you for much of the day, with a grazing of food here and there. Most of my friends, however, prefer to jumpstart their day with a cup of coffee and have a larger meal later in the day when they've used up their energy stores. Plus, as I'm sure you can tell, our prime time is dinner. I've enjoyed hundreds of dinners with these women and know that this is the time that we can all really enjoy our food. I've enjoyed hundreds of dinners with these women and know that this is the time we can really all enjoy our food and perhaps a fun-sized dinner treat. For dinner. Intermittent fasting. If you've read my prior books, Fasting to Freedom, Waste Away the Chantel Ray Way, and Freedom from Food Bible Study Workbook, you know that I promote intermittent fasting as not only the best way to lose unwanted weight, but also as the best way to keep it off for good and stay healthy. I first heard about intermittent fasting from my trainer, Chris Sykes. He lost 20 pounds in 2 weeks, and we had a mutual friend who lost 30 pounds in 60 days. Chris explained to me that I could eat whatever I wanted. All I had to do was confine myself to an 8-hour eating window. I thought that didn't sound too hard as I was already used to eating 9 hours a day, even though I didn't know it at the time. After 2 weeks of trying the 8-hour eating window, I didn't lose any weight. I realized that cutting my eating window down by 1 hour wasn't having an effect on me. I realized that cutting my eating window down by 1 hour wasn't having an effect on me. So I decided to reduce my eating window to 6 hours. By the third week, I lost 6 pounds in total. Let's begin with a refresher on intermittent fasting from my book, Waste Away, The Chantel Way. Intermittent fasting is a cycle of eating where you select what is called an eating window of time to eat and then fast for the rest. The most common window is called 16-8. You fast for 16 hours and eat within an 8-hour window. This doesn't mean that you eat for the entire 8 hours. Rather, you continue to make conscious food choices, but once the window closes, you're done for the day. In my research, I interviewed over 1,000 thin women. In my research, I interviewed over 1,000 thin people, and most of them did not have a specific hour of the day that they ate. Example, lunch at 12, dinner at 6. They all ate naturally based on when they were hungry. They all ate naturally based on when they were actually hungry. I would ask someone, what do you eat and what time do you eat? 9 times out of 10, they would say, I'm just not a big breakfast person. I never eat breakfast. So I start eating around 1 o'clock and then I usually eat dinner around 5:30. I pretty much finish around 6. I would pretty much finish around 6 p.m. I would ask another person and she would say, I start eating a snack around 2 and I'll have something small and then I'll have dinner around 6:30 p.m. After interviewing them more in depth, I realized that all of them were eating one medium-sized meal and a snack or tasting. For example, my friend Laura owns a marketing company and is always on the run. When I asked her, what did you eat yesterday? She remarked that she had a big lunch and said, I was full, so I didn't eat anything the rest of the day. This is a perfect example of how I would have watched her. I know I've already said that. The basis of this lifestyle is that I'm going to skip a section because I feel like all this is repetitive. So I'm just going to skip. I'm going to have to figure out what we're doing here. The basis of this lifestyle is that you don't restrict what you eat, but when you eat. You can eat what you like. You can eat what you like when you're physically hungry, as long as you eat only in your eating window and follow the FIRE's principles that were introduced in Waste Away. F, fast on a regular basis. I, identify true hunger. R, reduce sugar and white simple carbohydrates. E, enjoy real food without deprivation. S, stop before you're full. These principles work together with intermittent fasting. If you think you can lose weight by eating nonstop for 8 hours straight, then you're sadly mistaken. FIRES will help you to never overeat and to eat only when you're truly hungry. Below is a chart with examples of sample eating windows. If your eating window is 8 hours long, then that means you're fasting for 16 hours. If you're eating for 6 hours, then you're fasting for 18. This is also called the clock approach, This is also called the clock approach, as seen in the image below. When using the clock approach, I recommend starting with an 8-hour window while following the FIRE's principles. If you don't see yourself losing weight, start reducing your window. As you can see from the chart, if I'm doing the 20-hour fast, then I'm only eating from 2 to 6, 2 p.m. to 6 p.m., 3 p.m. to 7 p.m., or 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. I'm fasting the rest of the time. With the 6-hour window, I'm eating from 3 p.m. to 9 p.m. and again fasting the rest of the time. The beauty of this approach is that you get to choose the window of when you want to eat that works with your schedule. I have tons of friends who like to eat at night and some who eat during the day. I have lots of friends who eat. The bottom line is that the fewer hours you eat, the more weight you The bottom line is that the fewer hours you eat, the more weight you melt away. My eating window is determined by how much weight I want to lose and the sizes of my meals. This is why the idea of one meal and a tasting is so perfect for me. The number of pounds I lose is directly related to the size of my meals and the hours I eat. The reason the number of hours you fast and eat has such a dramatic effect on your weight loss is because how your body fuels itself. Your body has two options for fuel: glucose or sugar. Glucose, sugar, from the food you recently ate, or fat that's already stored in your body. Your body will always burn sugar first. If there's so much sugar present that your body never needs to burn fat, you won't lose weight because fat burning is what results in weight loss. To help you understand what I'm talking about, imagine you have cash in your pocket and cash in the bank. You're not going to drive all the way to the bank to withdraw money if you have some already in your pocket. You're going to use up everything in your pocket first before you ever touch what's in the bank. That's how your body works with sugar, pocket money, and fat, money in the bank. After 18 to 24 hours of fasting, your body has burned up all of the sugar and starts attacking the fat. That's what you want. There are new studies every day that continue to prove the benefits of intermittent fasting. However, the main reason it's so effective for losing weight has everything to do with insulin. We're not going to get too scientific here, and I encourage you to do your own research. But I want you to know that if you're someone who deals with diabetic issues, this plan can still work for you. I'm someone who at my highest weight was pre-diabetic, and I still have ongoing blood sugar issues. However, intermittent fasting has greatly impacted my blood sugar to the positive. If you have the same health issues I do, then you'll fit right in. Of course, consult your physician before starting a new dietary plan. I check my blood sugar on a regular basis, and I believe that's an important practice to begin. I even bought a continuous glucose monitor that's usually for people who have diabetes, but you can actually buy them even if you don't, that checks my blood sugar automatically. I've learned a lot about insulin and its role in regulating your body's glucose. When you eat, your blood sugar is available to either be burned as energy or stored as fat. Do you need me to read that again?
I'll just take your paper when you're done with it, because that was a lot.
I need to read it to you. Right after I check my blood sugar. Then, and it says practice to begin. I even bought a continuous blood glucose monitor that checks my blood sugar automatically. You can buy them now, even if you don't have diabetes. Got it? I've learned a lot about insulin and its role in regarding your body. Does that need an apostrophe or no? I've learned a lot about insulin and its role in regulating your body's glucose. When you eat, your blood sugar is available to either be burned as energy or stored as fat. In order to lose weight, you have to lower your insulin levels so that your body can access your stored fat effectively. The very act of eating, regardless of what you're eating, causes insulin to be released from your body. Fasting, on the other hand, lowers insulin, which contributes to weight loss. Anytime insulin increases, it can inhibit fat breakdown. Which is what you need for fat loss. Like I said before, anytime you eat, your insulin increases. How much it increases depends on several factors, like the food taken in and the individual person eating it. But ultimately, fasting has a positive impact on fat. on fat loss. Fasting, it works. There are benefits to intermittent fasting that I haven't found with any other diet I've tried. First, I believe intermittent fasting is a solution for the willpower factor. I think we all have a limit to our willpower. We can get excited about a diet for a little while, but when we want a brownie and the diet says we can't, most times we end up failing. We move on to the next diet since the last one was, quote, too hard, and when that one fails, we move on to another one. We blame the diets, but it's really our inability to stick with them that's the problem. But that's okay. Trying to live by a diet is unrealistic and unsustainable. Diets that restrict foods get harder the longer you do them. Diets that restrict food get harder the longer you do them, while intermittent fasting is the only plan that I believe gets easier with time. It doesn't put pressure on your willpower because you're still allowed to eat what you want. You're simply changing the time frame when you eat. I agree. What should I say?
No, I like the line. Just redo it with your recording. You
Oh.
kind of stopped like you were.
It doesn't put pressure on your willpower because you're still allowed to eat what you want. You're simply changing the time frame when you eat. The second major benefit is that I'm finally eating less. I'm at the point where I'm eating only 2 meals. See, that's wrong. Mm-hmm. Just about every day. I'm at the point where I'm eating only 1 meal and a tasting just about every day, and they're small meals at that. See, my struggles with eating are just like my troubles with skiing. I do great while I'm in motion, but I'm atrocious at stopping. They had to stamp a big red X on my ticket and threaten to kick me off the slope if I didn't stop running into people. Stopping once I start eating is just a real Stopping once I start eating is just as real a challenge for me. Stopping once I start eating is just as real a challenge for me. Intermittent fasting has helped me control my eating. Now I'm snacking less. No, just get rid of now I'm snacking less because no. I literally had a snacking addiction to the point where my family made up a song to tease me. It's called All I Do Is Snack, to the tune of All I Do Is Win by DJ Khaled. Yes, it was that bad. Thankfully, my snacking addiction is broken now, and you won't find me snacking all day anymore. Finally, when it comes to my health, my hormones feel regulated, my immune system is stronger, and I have more mental clarity. There are so many different cleanses out there, but I believe fasting is God's way of doing it. It's like a self-cleansing process. Don't waste your money on cleanses when you can just fast. Studies show that in addition to insulin regulation and burning of fat stores, I guess that's right. Don't waste your money on cleanses when you can just fast. Studies show that in addition to insulin regulation and burning of fat stores, your immune system also begins to repair itself after just 24 hours of fasting. Fasting works. Fasting works. Okay, I'm going to stop. The fed state versus the fasted state. At any given time, your body is in one of two states, the fed state or the fasted state. Your body behaves very differently in both states. In the fed state, your body is actively digesting food and absorbing nutrients. How long it lasts depends on how long it takes for your body to digest food and what type of foods you are digesting. One of the factors that impact your digestion is the kind of foods you eat. For example, the fiber that is naturally occurring in fruits and vegetables takes a lot longer to digest than the artificial fiber that has been added to man-made foods. Is that true? Get all that out. Just say some foods, just take that out. Sorry, Michael, take that out. Okay. The way it's written is not clear. I want to just start with some foods digest faster than others.
Okay.
Right there.
So take the whole one of the factors that impact. Okay.
Start with some foods. Some foods digest faster than others, and there's even a topic called food combining that explains how different foods digest better or worse when they're eaten together. I want to discuss food combining for just a minute because I did a popular food combining diet years ago. It made me crazy. The diet centered around eliminating, separating, or combining all kinds of different foods. I learned the hard way that it made me focus too much on what I was eating instead of how much I was eating. However, it wasn't all bad because I did learn a few things about my digestion. I learned that if I eat smaller portions, my body can digest most combinations of food. If I'm ravenously hungry and need a little more, protein and vegetables digest together well. Protein and vegetables digest together well for me. The other state, the fasted state, technically begins when your body has finished digesting food. However, that's hard to track. So for the purposes of this book, we're doing a tweaked version of the fasted state. When I mention being in a fasted state, I'm simply referring to the period of time after you've closed your eating window. It's not technically accurate, but it's easier to track and it will work for the plan we're doing. Getting to a truly fasted state is something everyone should experience. I believe that if you're constantly feeding your body and making it digest food pretty much 24/7, you're quote hogging up all of its time, so to speak. Your body never has a chance to renew itself. Fasting gives your body that opportunity, and there's ongoing research to suggest intermittent fasting could help you live longer. Fasting for 24 hours twice a week can deliver massive weight loss while also having a positive impact on your immune system. An eating window is a specific period of time in which all your caloric food and beverages, instead of must be consumed. I don't like that because, again, can be consumed. Your eating window opens as soon as you take your first bite, sip, or food of the day. The eating window closes after you've taken your bite, sip of food for the day. If that's 6 hours after your first meal, then that was a 6-hour eating window. Let's be clear. Just because you have an eating window does not mean you should be eating 2 huge meals or thousands of calories, because that would defeat the purpose. You can do a meal and a tasting. If I have a 4-hour window, it's not like I'm just sitting here for 4 hours and just eating and eating for 4 straight hours. We still want to make sure that we're hungry and that we're eating when our stomach growls, not simply because there's time in our eating window. I want to make sure that I'm eating only when my body is physically hungry and not for any other reason. I need to add another line.
What's in your mouth?
Pistachios.
You can tell.
Thin eaters never look at the clock and say, I only eat in a 6-hour eating window. It's 6:01. I can't eat another bite of food. As soon as you become obsessive, thin eaters never look at the clock and say, I only eat in a 6-hour eating window. It's 6:01 p.m. I can't eat anything else. Once you start obsessing, you are no longer an intuitively thin person. You put intuitively eating person.
Oh, hey.
We need to get rid of this whole Pay attention to how you respond to the eating window and how you can transition over time. Some people are going to start with the 8-hour eating. Some people are going to start with the 8-hour eating. Some people are going to start with the 8-hour eating window, realize that it's too easy for them, and jump to 6 hours. Other will start. I just don't even like this. Just get rid of that whole chapter. Disregard. What you want to avoid is eating more than your body needs. No matter how long your eating window is, you can't overeat. If you eat from 12 to 6 p.m., a 6-hour window, but you consume a huge lunch, a snack in the middle, and a huge dinner, then you're still eating too much. I learned quickly that if you overeat, you still won't lose weight no matter how short your eating. You still won't lose weight no matter how short your window is. All of these FIRE's components must work together for you to succeed. All of these FIRE's components must work together for you to see success. The wonderful thing about fasting is that your body learns to expect food at a certain time of day. Around 11 or 12 o'clock, my stomach growls because it's used to eating around that time. Because of this, I'm not constantly thinking about food, and that's one of the major goals of the Chantel Ray Way. Once my eating window is closed, it's closed. At that point, I've mentally shut down from thinking about food, and it's so peaceful. If you've never experienced this before, it may sound unbelievable, but trust me when I say it's a much better way to live. I feel much more productive now that I'm not constantly thinking about food. I get so much more done, and I don't even want to start. And I don't even want to start eating because once I do, I know I'm going to slow. I don't even want to start eating because once I do, I know I'm going to slow down. There's a myth that once you get tired, if you don't eat. There's a myth that you get tired if you don't eat, but the opposite happens. I'm not at all tired when I fast. I have more energy when I don't eat than when I have frequent meals all day. I think it's because the body takes so much energy to digest food. When I fast, I'm not digesting food all day. When I fast, I'm not digesting food all day long. Believe me, there's going to be days when you get tired of this plan and think this is too much. The first couple of months on this plan have a lot of moments. The first couple of months on this plan have a lot of moments like that. Finding the eating window that works for you, and remember that you don't have to restrict anything in your diet. We'll chapter out. Start from believe me, just take it out. The flexibility of the eating window. Different people like to do different things when it comes to the time frame of the eating window. Some prefer to start eating in the morning and the others in the afternoon. I prefer to fast in the mornings, and so I get pushback from the people who insist on telling me that skipping breakfast is so bad for me. I haven't seen any negative consequences yet. When you do find the time frame for your eating window, stick with it. The people I know who are most successful, I don't want that either. When you do find a few, makes it easier. When you do find a time frame gone, if you ever get off track, we're starting it as an additional note. As an additional note, I do a lot of 4-hour windows when I really want to jumpstart my weight loss after I've hit a plateau. If you do this, don't overdo it or you'll struggle to keep it up and be tempted to binge. Just as an additional note, only keep that. As an additional note, I do a lot of 4-hour eating windows when I really want to jumpstart my weight loss after I've hit a plateau. I've been asked so many times about the perfect eating window, and I must tell you there is no magic number of hours that every person should use for their eating window. The length of your eating window should be what works for you with consideration of the portion sizes you eat. What is best for your own schedule, your own family life, or work routines? Maybe it's very easy for you to skip breakfast because you have long days that start in a mad early morning rush and hit your hunger level midday. So start your eating window around 2 p.m. and stop eating by 6, 7, or 8 p.m., depending on if you're eating in a 6-hour or 8-hour window to start. Beginners to intermittent fasting. Okay, get rid of that. Beginners to intermittent fasting may need to start with a longer window until they get used to eating one meal a day and a tasting. Break your habits, but give yourself plenty of grace while you're at it. Once you feel better, you'll love eating this way and you can adjust accordingly. Some people need one-on-one coaching to be held accountable, which I find the best way to stay on track. Some people need one-on-one coaching to be held accountable, which I find is the best way to really stay on track. The second best way to hold yourself accountable is to announce what you're doing with your eating window and what you're putting in your body. That way your friends and colleagues can act as your accountability partners if you should graze outside of your designated eating window. Get rid of that last line. Then I need you to add a line right at the end.
So get rid of that way your friends and colleagues can act?
No. They also tend. Get rid of that. When I first started and I was doing an 8-hour eating window, I did not lose weight. When I reduced it to 6 hours, I lost my initial 30 pounds, but then I got stuck and had to switch it up. Now, if I want to maintain my current weight, I have to eat in a 4-hour window and add 1 or 2 24-hour I have to eat in a 4-hour window and add 1 or 2 24-hour I have to eat in a 4-hour window and add 1 or 2 24-hour fasts per week. For me, eating in a 4-hour window helps me stay at my ultimate happy weight. Now, with the 4-hour window again, I like to tell people that they can eat what they want. This is just so repetitive. Okay, ready? What can I eat while I'm fasting? While you're fasting, you are not to have any food whatsoever. The only things you can drink are liquids that don't have any calories. You can have black coffee, tea, water, and unflavored sparkling water. Don't have any caloric drinks like diet soda or tea with stevia. You also can't pop mints, chew sugared gum, take cream in your coffee, or have hard candy. There is no sugar whatsoever allowed on your fast. Whenever you have sugar, truthfully, whenever you eat anything at all, your insulin spikes. Spiking your insulin during your fast will lock away digest.
No, will lock away your fat stores.
Will lock away your fat. Spiking your insulin during your fast will lock away your fat stores, and that's the opposite of what you want to happen. I need to add something right here. Accessing and burning that stored fat is a primary goal of fasting. Besides, if you're constantly eating little things during your fast, you're going to counteract your ability to hear your body telling you when it's actually hungry. It may sound obvious, but when you're fasting, you're not eating. No exceptions. Some diet books talk about free foods that have 0 calories, as exceptions to the rule. Free foods can include diet jello, pickles, carrots, plain celery, and more. Intermittent fasting, however, doesn't allow for free foods. This is to truly allow your body a break from having to work to digest anything, offering it an opportunity to seek energy from what you've already had in your fat and glycogen stores. As I've interviewed thousands of women, I've learned that they aren't counting calories. They aren't counting and measuring how many ketones they have. They aren't doing a ketone breathalyzer. They're not checking urine strips. They are just choosing that if they want carbs, to enjoy them in moderation and focus on eating lots of vegetables and lean proteins. It is really that simple. Load your plate with lots of vegetables, have a moderate serving of protein, and reduce your intake of carbs. I love that. Isn't that good? People will say it takes anywhere from 1 to 3 weeks to become fat adapted, while some people can do it in a week. To accomplish this, people limit their carbohydrate consumption to under 50 grams per day while monitoring their protein intake. This can be overwhelming for some people, which is why I like to adopt what I call a keto flex approach to intermittent fasting. With keto flex, you want a high fat, moderate protein, low carbohydrate method of eating. And eating this way for a long period of time will put your, I'm going to say, with Keto Flex, you want healthy fats, not high fat. You want healthy fats, moderate protein, low carbohydrate. You want to eat.
You want a healthy fats, moderate protein, low carbohydrate method of eating.
You want a healthy fat. You want a healthy fat, moderate protein, low carbohydrate method of eating. And eating this way for a period of time will put your body into ketosis. 80% of what you eat consists of vegetables, protein, and healthy fat. Then the other 10% is usually made up of healthy grains or fruit, while the remaining 10% is reserved for your indulgences. Without being consciously aware of what they're doing, these women I interviewed were eating in a keto flex and intermittent fasting lifestyle naturally. If you ask them, they wouldn't be able to put a name to it. They'd say, that's just what I do. After watching them day after day, I've concluded that this is naturally how they eat. As I interviewed my friends, they always asked themselves whether or not what they were eating was a good investment. Let me give you a perfect example. Let's say I was craving pizza. I could order a pizza that had regular crust with gluten and a high amount of carbs. But what if I spent the extra money on cauliflower crust? Or better yet, what if I made the pizza at home so I could make sure the ingredients were healthy and devoid of extra calories and chemicals? My investment in the pizza would be a bit higher financially and may require a bit more of my time, but the return would yield greater results than just ordering a regular pizza. For me, eating a cauliflower pizza would be just as good as eating a regular pizza because I love cauliflower crust pizza as long as it's super crispy. So why wouldn't I choose that over the more calorie-indulgent choice? What is the better ROI? If the healthier option is just as good or almost as good, why not? My friend Kim lives by this principle. Anytime I eat chicken, I don't want it fried, she says. For example, when I go to Chick-fil-A, I always get the grilled chicken because I like it almost as much. The difference is so negligible that it doesn't justify eating something fried. One of the things that I never ever eat is artificially fat-free or some other fake version of real food. A quick Google search will show you that artificial sweeteners can actually make you crave sweets even more. Instead, I will use monk fruit or stevia to sweeten something. Another thing that I would never eat is fake meat products such as soy or veggie burger that wasn't homemade. These foods are literally filled with chemicals and are so processed that I would never touch that even if it was fewer calories. I love to have a real grass-fed burger once in a while, which is ultimately a much better investment due to the quality of meat. If meat isn't your thing, you can make your own veggie burger that is juicy and totally plant-based. You can top it with caramelized onions, roasted cauliflowers, broccoli, grilled zucchini, blanched asparagus, sauteed red peppers, roasted sweet potatoes. The list is endless. Now that is the kind of veggie burger I would eat. I would have to ask myself if that would be the same ROI. For some people, that veggie burger would be the same ROI, while for other people, it wouldn't. What is the best ROI for you? Another question I ask my thin friends is, how do you decide whether you eat one meal or whether you eat a meal and a tasting for the day? They typically respond that they ask themselves a series of simple questions. How hungry am I today? If I skip a meal, will I be fine? Or am I going to maybe overeat on the next meal because I'm too hungry? Am I going to dinner later? Should I have a small tasting or skip lunch? Kim is a great example of this. As a busy mother of 2 teenagers, she often spends her mornings getting her kids ready for school. She has coffee every day when she wakes up, a smoothie or a smoothie bowl around 11 to 1 p.m., and later that evening she will have dinner. Almost all the women eat their quote meal at night, and their tasting is between 12 to 2 p.m. For dinner last night, she had tuna bites and a bowl of tomato basil soup. She always has some kind of protein and veggies. But Kim loves ice cream. If I'm going to eat ice cream, I want to get Ben & Jerry's or Haagen-Dazs, something real. I'm not going to eat light ice cream. I would portion it out and maybe put 1 scoop of ice cream in a small dish. The whole container is not a serving. She further elaborates on her eating habits. If I'm eating out, I always have food left on my plate. I am not part of the Clean Your Plate Club. At home, I only give myself a small portion, so I might eat everything on my plate because I didn't put much on it to begin with. Sometimes when I go out to eat, I won't even order anything. I'll pick off the plates of my family members. Is it worth it? One of the things that I hear my thin friends say is that the majority of what they eat is moderate protein, lots of veggies, and healthy fats. However, they sprinkle their day with something that is decadent. Another way to say, is it worth it, is what is the wise choice that will satisfy me? For my friend Kristen, she doesn't care for dessert that much. And if she had her choice, she'd rather have 1 glass of wine and nachos as an appetizer. Kristen is obsessed with nachos, but will not eat them if they aren't to her standards. If she takes a bite and they aren't very good, she'll order something completely different, like grilled tuna bites instead. In her mind, why waste the carbs and calories if the nachos aren't amazing? And despite her love for nachos, she only has them once a week. My friend Andrea, however, loves French fries, but she is very particular about how they should be prepared. She likes them skinny and crispy. If they are fat and wide, she won't even touch them because it doesn't check the box of an enjoyable indulgence. It's not worth the caloric intake. Like Kristen, though she loves French fries, she doesn't have them every day. Not because she wouldn't love to indulge in them, but because she knows they are an indulgence, not a regular staple of her diet. How much is a particular food worth to you? Maybe it's worth it for you to indulge in a piece of cheesecake every now and then. Go for it. But eating cheesecake every day may not be worth it once the effects of sugar, carbs, and caloric load start to impact your waistline and overall health. How am I going to feel when I eat this? Lean meat, lots of vegetables, and healthy fats, and sometimes indulging in a dessert allows you not to feel deprived while taking control of your eating. I asked my friend Andrea about how she decides what she is going to eat. The number one question she asks herself is, how is this going to make me feel? Personally, I like how I feel when I eat lots of cooked vegetables, but when I eat raw vegetables, I don't feel as good. Therefore, I tend to eat more cooked vegetables because of how they make me feel. When I eat a banana, I will eat a quarter of a banana. Not because I have anything against bananas, I just know that I won't feel as good if I eat the whole thing. Thin eaters report that they hate the feeling of overeating. It makes them tired, sluggish, and uncomfortable. They regret it when they eat too much and feel it right away. They don't diet. They just follow an eating lifestyle that feels perfectly natural to them. As you practice OMAAT and a tasting, you'll find yourself agreeing. Eating too much is ridiculous. One thing I want every reader to understand is that as long as you eat in your eating window, you can't make a mistake no matter what you eat. These days, I'll have half a donut and won't feel guilty about it one bit. Why? Because I don't eat donuts every day. The problem with dieting is people don't want to control how much they eat, so they make their food behave. They overeat on things like carrots or celery and say that because it's healthy food, it doesn't count. That's not what the Bible says at all. The Bible says, put a knife to your throat if you're being gluttonous, period. The end, you have to practice self-control. If I ask a thin eater or someone who is very healthy what she ate yesterday, she may say a slice of pizza and half of a brownie for lunch and half of a steak with non-starchy vegetables for dinner. In my head, because she's drop dead gorgeous and super skinny, I'll say to myself, see how skinny she is and she ate a brownie and pizza? Then I will talk myself into eating like that, and I can eat it, but only if it's gluten-free. Otherwise, I'll feel awful. My body can't process gluten because of autoimmune issues. My body cannot handle it, but hers can. If I eat gluten, my joints hurt, I can't walk, my head gets inflamed with the psoriasis, and chunks of skin fall off. And I get massively constipated and exhausted. If you have no food allergies or sensitivities, but you avoid certain foods because you think you're being good, then you're trying to control the food instead of focusing on hunger and fullness. Hunger and fullness. You have to get in tune with your body and ask, how hungry am I? How full am I? This is the only way you're going to successfully lose weight with intermittent fasting. When you learn how to evaluate true hunger, you're going to discover that you don't need to eat as much food or as many meals as you think you do. You might end up only eating one meal a day. Now, don't look at it and think, that's crazy. I might as well give up now. You're going to find out what works for you. And as you learn to recognize true hunger, you're going to find yourself eating less and less. Start with learning not to eat more than what your body needs. To help you do that, I developed the hunger scale. The next time you think about eating food, locate your level of hunger on the hunger scale first. The hunger scale. Never eat past 4 on the hunger scale. 0, hungry, hungry, hippo hungry, starving, ravenous, weak, grouchy. All you can think about is what to eat and how you can get it. You may get a headache, struggle to concentrate, or get hangry. 1, your stomach is growling. Empty stomach. You can physically hear your stomach growling and feel an empty sensation. It's important that you feel both sensations because your stomach can growl for other non-hunger reasons like digestion. Be sure that it's growling because it's empty. Everything sounds good to eat at this point of hunger. 2, hungry. You're starting to think about food and certain things sound good to you. You're deciding what your body is craving. 3, not hungry, not full, neutral. You sense that there's some food in your stomach and you're at peace. Your stomach feels comfortable. 4, satisfied, full, comfortably full. You might want to eat more, but you shouldn't. Stuffed, uncomfortably full. You're getting tired because your body is using all its energy to digest food. You may want to take a nap or need to unbuckle your belt. You feel as if you've overeaten. Identify true hunger. The crux of this entire book is the proper understanding of hunger. To understand hunger, you have to properly define it. Hunger is the physical need for fuel. It's something that comes in cycles. You're never hungry all the time. Hunger is also something we can often confuse with appetite. Appetite is your mental desire for food. You can have an appetite all the time. If you come back to work after your lunch break and someone brings in donuts, you might eat one. That's not hunger, that's appetite. Most people never know their true hunger because they don't let themselves get hungry. The goal with intermittent fasting is to let yourself get hungry. We want to be excited about getting hungry. When you're truly hungry, you know exactly what your body is craving and what you want to eat. On the flip side, when you're not hungry, a friend can ask you what you're in the mood for, and you have to decide. That opens the door to unnecessary eating. When you eat according to true hunger, you're not eating when the clock tells you to. There's no more, it's 12 o'clock, that's lunchtime. It takes about a week to figure out true hunger. For some people, it's because they've never heard their stomach growl and they've gotten so heavy that they could probably go without eating for days. Hunger can also be confused with dehydration. You can think you're really hungry when you're actually thirsty. Staying hydrated will help you learn to differentiate between those two feelings. You don't eat because the clock says it's lunchtime and everyone else is going out to eat. You wait until your stomach growls and your body is physically hungry for food. If you're not hungry, then there is no reason to eat. Our bodies were designed with this instinctive understanding of fullness. Overeating is not natural. So you think you can change your body by eating the same way every day. It's just not going to work. You have to switch it up a bit and get the results you want. You just need some straight up great food ideas. This is where OMAAT and a tasting with a little keto flexing and a good understanding of the Japanese concept of harahachi-bu come in, which I'll cover later in this book. I never really understood what the definition of full was before I began this journey. I always felt like I was hungry and could eat all day. Sometimes I would come home from work, and if I was wearing a tight dress, I would change into pajamas so I could eat more at dinner. I don't do that anymore. Now, full is a polite feeling for me. Instead of eating until I'm full, I eat until I'm barely full or satisfied. Stuffed and satisfied feel different. If you're eating to the point that you have to take off your belt or change into your pajamas, then that means you're eating beyond full. I learned my biggest lesson on fullness from one of my thin friends, my hairdresser, Danielle. One day in conversation, I discovered that she only eats one pizza for lunch every day. I asked her if that really filled her up, and she told me it didn't. She explained to me that when she finishes that slice, Even though she's not full, she will be 20 minutes later. Thin people don't get full. I've learned that they actually hate being full. They don't like the way it feels. One day in conversation, I discovered that she only likes to eat one slice of pizza for lunch some days. I asked her if that really filled her up, and she told me it didn't. She explained to me that when she finishes that slice, even though she's not full, she will be 20 minutes later. Thin people don't eat to get to full. I've learned that they actually hate being full. They don't like the way it feels. You have to adjust your definition of full and not expect the kind of, quote, full feeling you're used to. Don't be the kind of person who eats faster so she can taste more food before she's too stuffed to eat any more. There's a real science to understanding when you're truly full and truly hungry, but it's something you'll learn intuitively. Thin eaters and fullness. In all my research, I learned that thin eaters have certain eating characteristics that revolve around how they perceive fullness. Thin eaters wrap up their food when they're done eating and do it without arguing, pouting, or complaining. They know that they'll get hungry again eventually, and they don't want to feel stuffed. It's also important to eat slower so you can sense when your body is full. If you eat too fast, you'll blow right by just enough before you realize it. There's a balance to figuring out when you're full. On days that you're only eating OMAAT, you're tempted to get really, really full to compensate, but you can't do that. Even if you're someone who works out and has more muscle mass, you can't use the fact you need more calories as an excuse to binge. It's important for you to create a habit of getting hungry. If you're feeling especially hungry when you sit down to eat, take time to calm yourself down so you're not going wild on your food. Use a timer and measure how long it takes you to eat your food. Thin women take about 20 to 25 minutes to eat every time. Intermittent fasting with the Chantel Ray way is different. It's meant to be something that lasts. Skip, swap, or bites with the cumulative approach. My friend Kim says rather than viewing your meal as individual components, you have to look at it collectively. I don't want to get the steak and potatoes and the cocktails with the desserts. That's way too much. That's just too many calories and carbs. Within your choices, there are negotiations that have to take place. It's not a free-for-all. You look at the sum of the meal and then work backwards. I will skip some things or have bites of something indulgent. You have to be mindful of not just the individual parts, but of the whole. If I went to Chick-fil-A, I'm not going to order the fried chicken tenders, French fries, and a milkshake and eat all of it. I would get the grilled nuggets and maybe have a couple of fries. At dinner, I would skip the cocktails or skip the dessert. I'm never going to have both unless I had 2 bites of dessert and half of a cocktail. For example, if I went to dinner and was craving a steak, I love a good steak, I would get the steak, a vegetable, not a potato. I would eat half of the steak and half the vegetables, and then if I had a cocktail, I wouldn't get dessert. If I wanted the dessert, I wouldn't get the cocktail. The trade-offs are small, but add up in the long run. Let's say the party was buffet style, and there were steak bites, cauliflower, tater tots, mini chocolate dessert, you name it. In that case, you might have 2 steak bites, 2 tater tots, and 1 chocolate-covered strawberry. If everything was decadent, maybe just have a few bites of each. But what about tastings throughout the day? Some of my tastings that are healthy would be a green spinach smoothie that is sweetened with a tiny bit of fruit, maybe a couple of nuts or an apple. Sometimes I will not have any fries at all, but sometimes I might eat 2 or 3 French fries, says Kim. It all depends on what I'm eating for the rest of the night. So for lunch, I might go to Chick-fil-A and I would have a tasting. I first ask myself, what kind of fries are these? These are not conscious decisions, but it's how I happen to eat. It becomes so second nature that it's not conscious decisions anymore. You have to look at things cumulatively. My husband will say I'm just having a few bites of cake, but he fails to take a step back and remember that he also had a few bites of this and an entire this and an entire that. In addition to being mindful of how much they eat, all the women that I interviewed were also very aware of chemicals in the food they were eating. They would also opt for fresh fruits and vegetables, grass-fed meats, and quality condiments. Kim may be eating a little more carbs than some of my friends. If you look at what she ate in the course of the week, she ate a lot of veggies, salads, healthy protein, and healthy fats. She put a lot of greens in her smoothie, and she likes salad. She doesn't order a salad when she goes out because she doesn't trust the salad dressings at some restaurants. She is particular about the oil she uses. She doesn't like soybean oil. She likes to have avocado oil or olive oil. If she wanted to lose weight, the number one improvement would be to cut sugar and have fewer carbs. When she thinks of sweets, she would say, I sprinkle my diet with decadent foods. One of her best go-to snacks is raw almonds. She says, I rather not eat almonds roasted with oil. I like the raw almonds almost as much as roasted, so I'll just swap. I like the taste of oat milk. I know it's healthier, so I will use oat milk instead of dairy. I'll swap oat milk for dairy because it's a small difference and I like it almost as much. The power is in the swap. You might think one little tweak isn't going to make a big difference. However, when you add it up, it does make a difference. There are certain things all thin eaters won't swap. It's different for each thin eater. For example, Kim says, I will never eat light ice cream. I know what you're thinking. Why would you swap out oat milk for coffee creamer but not swap with dairy-free ice cream? Kim would say there is a difference in the taste and texture, and that difference isn't worth it. The ice cream is a splurge anyway, she says. The ice cream is a splurge anyway. She says, if I'm going to splurge on ice cream, then I'm going to have something I love. Also, in her mind, the full-fat ice cream is healthier because a lot of times they pull out the fat and add sugar. She would rather have the fat than extra sugar. Almost all thin eaters will choose more fat than sugar. In her mind, she doesn't eat that much ice cream, so let's make sure it's really good. A different example is healthy almond flour chocolate chip cookies. In her mind, that is a good swap because she is confident that it will be healthier and still taste pretty good. This is how she decides if she will swap or not. For example, if a regular chocolate chip cookie was a level 10 on a scale of 1 to 10 to her on taste, and the healthy almond flour was on a scale of 1 to 10 a 7 or higher, then she would swap it, assuming it was healthier. If the healthy choice is only a 6 or lower, she wouldn't swap. It's not worth it. There is something very crucial you have to pay attention to on the swap. I know for me personally, if I swap something that was just okay for something great, I will end up eating double the amount. I will give a perfect example. I bought these healthy chips one time that were low carb but tasted like cardboard. They were okay tasting, but I ended up eating double what I would have if I had just eaten regular chips. In my mind, I was thinking, well, they are healthier and low carb. I ended up eating double. Decide what delicious swaps will help you stay on track at lunch and dinner and during dessert time too. Not only will you painlessly save tons of calories and see a difference on the scale, but you'll also be taking in more nutrients most of the time. To eat the yolk or not eat the yolk? That's the age-old question. I personally only eat the egg yolks because I took a food allergy test and I'm so sensitive to egg whites and not the yolks. The yolks contain a fat-fighting nutrient called choline, so opting for whole eggs is healthier. My friend Kelly says when it comes to sandwiches, calories sneak in all too quickly. Next time you pack your lunch, try spreading mustard instead of mayo. Just 1 tablespoon of mayo can add 90 calories to your sandwich, but spicy mustard is often 0. But again, Kelly doesn't like mayo that much. So if you're thinking adding mayo makes your sandwich off the chart good, then add a little mayo. This is so subjective. You have to figure this out for yourself. It's a mindset and an approach that you have to customize to you. You have to figure it out as you go. Almost all thin eaters say that the second piece of bread is really unnecessary. Some of them say I like to eat half of a sandwich, so they will make a sandwich and give half to their husband and only eat half. Another girl will say I only eat 1 piece of bread by eating an open-faced sandwich. The thin eater just cut 120 calories and is happy to do it. For example, Kim says she loves an open-faced avocado toast, but she always eats it with a fork and a knife, so she will eat it more slowly, allowing her body to tell her exactly when she feels full instead of scarfing down the whole thing. Don't eat your meal past Don't eat your first meal of the day until your stomach growls. 1 Corinthians 9:27 NLT. I discipline my body like an athlete, training it to do what it should. When I asked the majority of the people when they ate on the hunger scale, I would say 70%. That Bible verse, it just doesn't even go. I'm taking that Bible verse out. It's just weird. I'm taking it out. It just doesn't even match what we're talking about. When I asked the majority of the people what they ate on the hunger scale, I would say 70% of thin eaters ate when their stomach was growling, level 1, but 30% said they ate at a level 2 because they didn't like to let their hunger get to the point that they would make them eat too much. The key is to get your stomach to where it's completely empty. A lot of times, people who struggle with their weight have a hard time knowing when they are hungry. So the growling is a good indicator of when they are physically hungry, not just mentally hungry. It's like a fuel gauge on a car. Your body will let you know when it's time to eat the same way a car does when it's on E for empty. The drop in blood sugar that occurs when you're truly hungry sends a message to your stomach to produce that empty growling sensation. I hear people all the time comparing their hunger to the gas tank on their car. But the better analogy is if the tank was completely full of gas and then you took your car to get more gas, it would start spurting out everywhere and make a huge mess. And no logical person would do that. Why put more food in when it's already full? Sometimes people can justify putting unnecessary food in their tanks with some form of the following excuses. I never eat like this. My aunt would make Iranian food, and every time she'd make it, I would always overeat. I justify it by saying, I can't cook kebab like this or rice this good. I only eat this every couple of months. I might as well overeat. It's a holiday. I've been good all week. Even though I'm not hungry, it's healthy. I can have 5 slices of pizza because I'm going to the gym tonight. I hate to waste this food. It's expensive. That's the biggest thing I've learned about thin eaters. They never eat before that stomach growl. And unlike emotional eaters who eat for any reason at all, when you want to eat before you're truly hungry, that's the time to quote your scriptures. You have to learn to eat when you're You have to learn to eat when you're When you want to eat before you're truly hungry, that's the time to quote your scripture if you are spiritual, or motivational quotes if you are not. You have to learn to eat when you're physiologically hungry. Your body is hungry, not when you're psychologically hungry. Your emotions are hungry. This eating plan is all about when you eat rather than what you eat. Your stomach growl is your signal to start your eating window. You'll train your body to an eating schedule as you continue to do this. If you don't get a growl when you're supposed to, then you know you ate too much at your last meal. If you're overweight and a chronic dieter, you might not have a real sense of hunger because you're running on fat and your last meal. Keep the amount of food that you're eating small so that you're hungry the next time you eat. Don't delay your eating window indefinitely if you don't hear a growl. Don't delay your eating window indefinitely if you don't hear a growl. I don't recommend you go longer than 36 hours without eating something small unless you are doing a 48-hour fast on purpose. I found that there's a stigma with people about letting their stomachs growl. Stomach growling is a good thing. Getting hungry is okay. We act like being hungry is the worst thing in the world when it isn't. It's your body's natural signal to eat. Let your body get hungry and then feed it. If you don't hear your stomach growl at least once a day, Houston, we have a problem. I can't stress this enough. Your first meal of the day doesn't begin until your stomach growls. God designed your body to teach you when it needs food. The sad thing is, some people have never heard their stomachs growl because they've never let themselves get hungry. Every chance they get, they're shoving food in their mouth. This can be attributed to the number of things: our immediate access to fast food, poor eating habits taught at home, depression, anxiety, or soothing with food to avoid addressing other issues. You can start your eating window only after your stomach growls, but you shouldn't eat immediately. This is when you're in fat. You can start your eating window only after your stomach growls, but you shouldn't eat immediately. This is because you're in fat burning mode when your stomach growls. That's your time of maximum weight loss potential, and you want to prolong that for a little while. When your stomach first starts to growl, I suggest that you have a cup of black coffee or unsweetened iced tea to get you at least an hour past that growl. You're capable of bypassing your initial hunger pangs and waiting until true hunger to eat. Wait until a couple hours after the growl, if you can. The longer you wait to eat, the further you're pressing into that fat burning zone. You'll eventually train your body to get used to an eating schedule. Mine is noon to 6. Obviously, I don't always keep that schedule. I need to change that. Mine is noon to 6 or 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. Obviously, I don't always keep that schedule, because if I go to a nice dinner, then it's usually going to be after 6 p.m. On those days, I might extend my eating window to an 8-hour window, or I might start my window at 2 p.m. with a little snack and be done by 8 p.m. or 9 p.m. If you're not hearing a growl, then or I might start my window at 3 p.m. I'm going to change that to a 3. Or I might start my window at 3 p.m. with a light snack and be done by 8 or 9 p.m. If you're not hearing a growl, then more than likely means you ate too much at your last meal. It's possible to go as long as 48 hours before reaching stomach hunger when you come off of a binge. Most people never hear their stomachs growl simply because they're constantly eating. They never actually reach an empty stomach. Keep this in mind. You should make smaller meals so that you can reach that point of true hunger. If you eat the right amount of food, you'll be hungry when it's time to eat again. It's important to create a habit of getting hungry. Take out that line, this line out. All of that being said, take out. There's one small thing you should avoid when you're eating. Don't drink too much water. Drinking too much water while you're eating your meal can actually dilute your stomach acid and interfere with digestion. You want everything working properly so you can sense hunger and fullness. However, outside your eating window, you can drink as much or as little as you want. Let your body tell you when it's thirsty, just like when it's hungry. When you're hungry, eat. When you're thirsty, drink. Rocket science, right? Use the 3-bite rule. When you cut out entire food groups and limit the number of calories you consume, you have to rely on willpower to succeed. At some point, your willpower kind of gives up. Anytime I go the route of completely banning a particular food from my life, I go crazy and start losing my willpower. One day, I just explode and eat everything in sight. But when I But when I have 1 or 2 bites of decadent foods, I can say, okay, I had it. It was fine. The end. It makes me feel like I can still have what I want. I've discovered that the magic number for me to have the decadent foods I want is 3 bites, 2 times a day. I need to say, I want is up to 3 bites. I'm going to get rid of 2 times a day. I've discovered that the magic number for me to have the decadent foods I want is up to 3 bites. Eating 3 bites of dessert doesn't make my body respond negatively. This is something I can do to maintain my weight. If I'm aiming to lose weight, then I might do this once a day or not even at all. However, I never ban myself from eating particular food. That behavior can lead to a binge somewhere down the road. Allowing myself 3 small bites satisfies the craving. Let's say I really want some chocolate mousse, but in an effort to be healthy, I tell myself, I'm just going to have this apple with almond butter instead because that's the healthier option. Sometimes that will work, but oftentimes it really depends on how badly you want it. Because what you don't want to do is eat the apple with almond butter. Because what you don't want to do is eat the apple with almond butter and say, that just didn't do it, and go eat the mousse anyway. Now you've eaten the apple, almond butter, and mousse. You've eaten all those calories. It's just better to eat the mousse in a small amount rather than overeating. Enjoying food is not a sin. I don't believe your attitude has to be, I can only eat to live. I can't enjoy anything that I eat. I disagree. I think you can enjoy food you want. I think you can enjoy whatever food you want. There is nothing you can't have. You're simply learning how to eat non-clean. You're simply learning how to eat non-clean foods in moderation. You don't want to have this frantic mentality that obsesses over every detail about food. Okay, what am I going to have for lunch? I don't want a sandwich, but I do because it has too many carbs. I don't want to have this croissant with chocolate, but I do because it has too much sugar. I don't want a frittata. Oh, yes, I do because it has too many eggs and they have cholesterol. Once again, if you don't have physical ailments that prevent you from having certain foods, you can have whatever your body craves. I have tons of skinny friends who eat whatever they want all the time, but because they fast, they still maintain and lose weight. I have one particular friend that weighs 100 pounds and drinks. I'm not even going to say that. We're definitely not talking about keeping stacks of sugary snack bars or tasty little cakes lying around your house. That's not true. I'm taking all this. Oh, blah, blah, blah. Here's a short list of things that are about 200 to 350 calories that would be just satisfying enough. I'm going to say 200 to 400. Here's a short list of things that are about 200 to 400 calories that would be just satisfying enough during your eating window to carry you to that 1 meal a day, to that OMAAT. You can open your imagination to choose things to keep in your own house that would be right for you. Apple slices with a tablespoon of peanut butter. Apple chips, dehydrated or toasted. I'm going to put apple chips, dehydrated or toasted, with a slice of avocado. Apple with a couple slices of cheese. Choose the less processed cheese for good health. A warm baked pear with some cinnamon. And 2 slices, warm baked pear with some cinnamon and 2 slices of turkey. A rice cake with peanut butter and a boiled egg. Half of a banana. With a handful of pumpkin seeds or nuts. Carrot or celery sticks with guacamole, hummus, or tzatziki. Celery sticks with peanut butter. Celery sticks with peanut butter and some grilled shrimp. One serving of baked snap pea crisps and 2 boiled eggs. And 1 boiled egg. A couple of sushi. Couple of bites of sushi with no rice. Avocado slices and 2 eggs over medium. A couple of avocado slices and 2 eggs over medium. A small ramekin full of nuts, almonds, cashews, pistachios. Cracking them is a lot of fun, and cracking them is a lot of fun as a distraction too. Flavorful crackers with a variety of seeds and grains. With a cup of cottage cheese. Half a cup of Greek yogurt with half a cup of fresh fruit on top. 1 cup of cottage cheese with half a cup of mandarin oranges with half a cup of berries. I'm going to change that. 1 cup of cottage cheese with half a cup of berries. 1 stick of string cheese and 2 slices of turkey. Half a cup of mozzarella cheese with roasted red peppers. Half of a sandwich with lettuce, tomato, and turkey meat. A few slices of organic jerky, beef, venison, turkey, or pork. Some quinoa salad with grilled chicken on top. Half a cup of quinoa salad with grilled chicken on top. A small bowl of lentil soup. A small bowl of carrot ginger soup. A couple of hard-boiled eggs, with or without a couple of hard-boiled eggs, a couple of deviled eggs, a handful of macadamia nuts with 2 hard-boiled eggs, a green berry smoothie. 1 sushi roll with no rice with vegetables and fish or vegetables and shrimp. Chia seed pudding and half an avocado with vegetables. Sorry, this was supposed to go up higher. A fruit and veggie smoothie. This is one of my friend's favorites. She loves to throw in all good things she knows she needs, but might not gravitate towards in a meal, like kale, probiotic powder, some flaxseed or chia seed. Carrots and celery with guacamole or hummus. A spoonful of almond butter with a handful of berries and maybe carrots. A spoonful of almond butter along with a handful of berries and maybe carrots and cauliflower. A handful of Brazil nuts with a side salad with grilled vegetables. Got the idea? It's not enough for a meal, but it's just right for curbing your appetite a couple of hours before a meal. Be creative. Mix it up. About eggs. I recommend a hard-boiled egg or two as a tasting, but that might not work out for you. Some people just do not do well with eggs, especially the whites of eggs. I'm one of them. When I took a food allergy test, egg whites come up over and over. I know that they can be a huge inflammatory trigger for a lot of other people too. They definitely qualify as a lean protein, but don't use them exclusively. You could make an egg dish with more egg yolk than egg white, but know that there can be more of a histamine response to egg whites for a lot of people. If they don't cause you any issue, water retention or gut reactivity, they can be fine. But they can be fine. I don't want to even have this whole section. Sweets. One thing that all of the women that I interviewed had in common is if they started gaining weight, they'd cut back on sugar and carbs. Those two things will add weight if you are not careful. Some people might need to decide to not eat any sugar at all except for natural fruits, which studies have shown is better for you in the long run. One of my friends who is very thin says she'll have a couple bites of dessert twice a month. If it's a special occasion, she'll have 1 or 2 bites of this or that, but not having sweets every single day. Personally, once I start eating too many sweets, I can go down a slippery slope. Therefore, I don't keep them. Additionally, I don't have any artificial sweeteners at all. I just feel terrible when I have them. When I eat a meal that's high in sugar, I immediately crave a snack afterward. It's not that I'm still hungry. I just feel the need for something sweet. This is because the high sugar meal I ate caused my blood sugar to shoot up high. So when the blood sugar drops even just a little, I start craving something sweet to balance me out. This is a major reason to avoid eating too much processed sugar, as it ultimately leads to the consumption of more sugar, which will cause you to gain weight. Hormones. Hormones are such a big part of intermittent fasting, and there are over 50 hormones in the body. Some of these hormones are insulin, cortisol, ghrelin, leptin. And many more. Trying to balance all of them can be overwhelming, but intermittent fasting really helps balance them out. I was just curious how my diet affected my blood sugar, so I ordered a continuous blood glucose monitor. Even though I'm not diabetic, my blood sugar has never been great, but it's been stable. Wearing a glucose monitor helps me see exactly what my blood sugar is. It's one of the best things I've done for myself. If you're interested in learning more about how to get a glucose monitor to work for you, go to chantelrayway.com/glucose. Keeping your insulin levels is important, especially if you're going through premenopause, menopause, or postmenopause. Fasting for 12 to 36 hours can keep your insulin levels low while tapping into your fat stores for energy. By putting your body into a fasted state and pausing some eating, your hormones start communicating effectively with one another in a way that they're supposed to. It is the number one way, in my opinion, to help you regulate your hormones without having to do too much. However, if you're doing too much fasting, it can actually mess up the hormones and they can get out of whack. Everything has to be balanced. If you're in perimenopause and you're experiencing hot flashes, that is caused by an imbalance of progesterone and estrogen in your body. People say there's a laundry list of things that they experience as a result of hormonal imbalance, such as hot flashes, depression, sleeplessness, mood changes, forgetfulness, frozen shoulder, even up to a year. I even know people who have had surgery for frozen shoulder. What causes this is a hormonal balance, a hormonal imbalance of progesterone and estrogen. What you need is estrogen, progesterone, cortisol, and insulin all working in balance. It's almost like a thermostat. What you need is estrogen, progesterone, cortisol, and insulin all working in balance. It's almost like a thermostat. When you have a decreased estrogen level, it causes your hypothalamus to become more sensitive. When your hypothalamus thinks it's too warm, then your body tries to cool you down. For myself, when I started doing one meal and a tasting and stopped doing 2 meals a day, 2 full meals a day, my hormones were more balanced. Hara Hachi Bu. One of my friends, Akimi, is Okinawan. She says Okinawa is one of the world's blue zones where people live extraordinarily long and healthy lives. I started exploring it and identifying the blue zones regions. Of the world from some of the podcast guests I had on my show. For almost 1,000 years, the Japanese of Okinawa have maintained has maintained a reputation of nurturing extreme longevity. Okinawans live a long time. In a particular region of Okinawa in Japan, known as the world's blue zones, because of the propensity for longevity in that area, people use a common expression, hara hachi bu, which literally translates to eat until you are 8 parts out of 10 full. I was eating sushi one day with a friend of mine who stopped eating with just 2 slices of her 4 maki rolls left on her plate. I was eating sushi one day with a friend of mine who stopped eating with just 2 slices of her 4 sushi rolls left on her plate. She pushed the plate back slightly and said aloud, "Hara hachibu." She had only eaten half of what was on her plate. She only had eaten That's not right. 4 slices of her 8. Okay, let me change that. I was eating sushi one day with a friend of mine who stopped eating with just 4 slices of her 8 sushi rolls left. I was eating sushi one day with a friend of mine who stopped eating with just 4 slices of her 8 sushi rolls left on her plate. She pushed the plate back slightly and said aloud, Hara hachi bu. She'd only eaten half of what was on her plate, but she knew she was done and stopped before the feeling of fullness. Another friend of mine confessed to a similar experience with her thin daughter. Another friend of mine confessed to a similar experience when her thin daughter left a couple of rolls on her plate. My friend, having been raised as a member of the Clean Your Plate Club, reached her chopsticks across the table after her own meal was done and finished off her daughter's leftovers because she couldn't stand seeing good food go uneaten. She explained to me that as they left the restaurant, she knew almost immediately that she should not have taken that one last roll because she didn't feel comfortable. She was bloated and felt stuffed. It would have been better in a takeout container than in her belly. Thin eaters usually leave some food on their plates. They don't finish the food on their children's or husband's plates either. They never feel stuffed. They never feel stuffed like a turkey. They eat to satiety, satisfaction, hara hachibu. Hara hachibu. As I explained in Waste Away the Chantel Ray Way, to help yourself recognize when you're satisfied and not overeat, you need to develop stop eating cues. It's like training a dog to go potty. I got a new puppy, Coco, and we had trouble potty training her at first. So we took her to the, I'm going to say Gizmo. I got a new puppy, Gizmo, and we had trouble potty training her at first. So we took her to a trainer named Dory, who had told us that dogs need cues to learn to relate certain things with new behaviors. The cues can be hand signals, gestures, or sounds. For example, to make Gizmo stay, we held a hand up and said, "Stay." To potty train a dog, Dory told us to put a bell by the back door, and every time we took Gizmo outside to go potty, to put her nose in the bell and make it ring. This taught Gizmo that when he Let me do that again. I got to do all that because it's a him, not a her. It's like training a dog to go potty. I got a new puppy, Gizmo, and we had trouble potty training him at first. So we took him to a trainer named Dory, who told us that dogs need cues to learn to relate certain things with new behaviors. The cues can be hand signals, gestures, and sounds. For example, to make Gizmo stay, we held a hand up and said, "Stay." To potty train a dog, Dory told us to put a bell by the back door. And every time we took Gizmo outside to go potty, to put his nose in the bell and make it ring. This taught Gizmo when he needed to go potty, he should ring the bell. He should ring the bell to let us know. It's the same with our bodies. We need cues to tell us to stop feeding our bodies. Since I have trouble knowing when to stop eating, I have ways to signal my body that it's time to call it quits. How to put Hara Hachibu into practice. The biggest thing I struggle doing is to eat slowly. I struggle with this. I eat so fast, and I say this to myself all the time, but I get a little better. I struggle with this, I'm not going to lie. I do get a little better with each meal. Here are some tips that have helped me implement Hara Hachibu in my daily eating practices. The number one trick is to set a timer on your phone to 25 minutes and take 5 or 10-minute breaks in the middle of your meal to eat more slowly. Eating faster results in eating more. Slow down to allow your body to respond to cues, which tells us we are no longer hungry. Use small plates. Use little ramekins or baby bowls. Choose to eat on smaller bowls and use tall, narrow glasses. You're likely to eat significantly less without even thinking about it. My friend Andrea has the smallest plates and cups you have ever seen. When you're finished with your meal, chew a piece of gum, brush your teeth, or have a cup of coffee to deter you from eating more than you should. Coffee is a good way to end your meal, but you have to be careful because it can have a lot of sugar in it. Coffee from one of the popular coffee shops can have up to 48 grams of sugar. I make an end of meal coffee with cream and no sugar, or a cup of plain hot tea.
We're doing one quick edit on the section before
No.
Save Your Food.
Yeah, just right here. Savor your food. The best thing you can do to help you decide when to stop eating is to eat what you really want. Savoring your food is easier when you're eating what you really want. When you're eating what you really want to eat. I used to consider taking what I thought was an easy route to lose weight, taking a weight loss pill or doing a fad diet. But I realized that the true solution was to eat real food and never deprive myself. To do that, I have to savor my food. Looking back, I'm shocked at how often I used to eat without even thinking. I also noticed how slowly some thin eaters eat. It can take up to 45 minutes. Hold on. When you eat slower, you taste and savor the food. I personally love chocolate mousse. Since I particularly like the whipped cream, all I do is take a little whipped cream and a little bite of the mousse and just skim the top of it. I use a fork and just take razor thin slices. I'm savoring it. The goal is to savor your food and not deprive yourself of it. One day I was talking to my friend Catherine, who is a former Miss Virginia. We were talking about this concept, and she told me that even though she is a dentist, she loves candy, especially Skittles. She has always loved them since she was a little girl, but she doesn't just sit down and eat an entire bag of them without noticing it. She really she really takes her time and enjoys each and every Skittle. Because she takes her time and really enjoys her sweet treat, just a few Skittles is plenty to satisfy her craving. She might eat 5 Skittles and is done. In the interview, she said, "They say to lose weight, you're supposed to savor your food. I used to make this little game when I was a kid where I would sit in front of the television and I would put a Skittle in my mouth and not look at what color it was. Then I would try to figure out what color it was and then I took it out of my mouth to see if I was right. I have this little secret mentality that if I can eat a Skittle and I can figure out what color I was just eating, really enjoy the taste. See, you're not depriving yourself. Don't rip the bag open and dump the whole thing in your mouth. Take your time and enjoy it." Thin eaters only eat what they really, really love. I interviewed tons of thin eaters, and they told me that they actually taste and rate each food on their plates. The average eater takes something. The average eater takes something she doesn't like and eats it anyway because she feels she has to quote clean your. The average eater tastes something she doesn't like and eats it anyway because she feels she has to quote clean her plate. Imagine a plate of steak Imagine a plate of steak, cauliflower mashed. Imagine a plate of steak, mashed cauliflower, broccoli, and a salad. The average eater eats the food she likes first and saves the best for last. The thin eater eats what she likes the best first because she knows that she's going to stop eating once she gets full. If she likes the steak and mashed cauliflower, she's going to eat that instead of feeling forced to eat the broccoli and salad she doesn't want. She eats what she craves. Usually, a salad is served before the main course of any meal and we eat it. Not necessarily because we enjoy it, but because it's there. When the main course comes out, and be honest, that's the food you showed up for. You eat more of that to satisfy your craving and end up eating past full. Afterward, you blame it on the meat and carbs in the main course when it's actually the salad that's the problem. You could have refused to eat that entirely and waited on what you actually wanted and eaten less overall. Start rating Start rating not just the food on your plate, but even the parts of each food. Everything tastes amazing when you're really hungry. Notice that often when you take the first bite, food tastes really great. The second bite is kind of good, and the third bite isn't very good at all. Every bite after the first goes down in quality. If you were to rate taste on a scale of 1 to 10, the first bite is a 10, second bite is a 9, third bite's an 8, and on and on.
Can't tell, Ray. The mic has to be pointed at your face.
Oh no.
What are you doing?
Tell Michael to come in real quick because I'm about done anyway. When it gets to a 7, you should be ready to stop eating. Absolutely at a 6, you shouldn't be eating anymore. Ways to avoid overeating. Number 1, order an appetizer. When you're eating out, ordering a small appetizer to share is a good idea. Have your appetizer 15 to 20 minutes before your meal arrives. Once you start eating your meal, you can eat with a lot more control because you'll already be approaching that full feeling. Many thin eaters Many thin eaters say they order a small appetizer before dinner and share a meal. Set a timer. Set a timer for 25 minutes. Take a couple of bites and then stop. Look up from the food and give it time to hit your bloodstream. Take the time to talk or take a bathroom break. This will give your brain time to register that it's full before you clean your whole plate. Take smaller bites in general. I'm someone who likes to do everything big, so I used to take big bites too. Now I find that it's actually fun to take a sandwich and cut it up into tiny pieces and eat it that way. Get the food out of sight. The second you start feeling a little bit full, you need to get rid of the food in front of you. Call the waitress and get a to-go box right away. If you're at home, move your plate to the kitchen and start boxing it up immediately. And start putting it away immediately. The longer you sit there with the food, the more you're going to be tempted to take another bite and another bite and another bite, even though you're not hungry. Dissect the food. Let's pretend you're eating sushi. Visually dissect the sushi and pick what you consider to be the best parts. Is it the little sesame seeds? Is it just the meat? Pick it apart and eat the parts you actually want and enjoy. Nibble and savor each little pinch until you're full. Don't eat all the things you don't want just because you feel like you have to. Find a meal finisher and switch lanes. Whenever we eat at home, I feel like I don't love what I'm eating as much as if I go out to eat. This is because when you go out to a restaurant, you can have whatever you're craving. If you're craving a burger or a grilled shrimp salad, you can have those things. When you're at home, you can only have whatever you want if you have the groceries to make whatever you want. This is the perfect scenario of something that happened to me. We didn't have any groceries at home. I had enough to make a kale salad, sliced avocado, and roasted broccoli. I didn't have any protein at the house that I wanted, so once I was done eating, I wasn't fully satisfied. I just felt like I wanted something else. I ate a couple of pomegranate pieces and gluten-free coconut rice crackers, but because they I ate a couple of pomegranate pieces and gluten-free coconut rice crackers, but because they tasted really good, I felt like I was starting to eat too many. Then my husband came up and said, "Chantel, stop snacking. We just finished eating lunch." I had to find a meal finisher and switch lanes. The second I started eating too many of those coconut rice crackers, and with my husband's gentle reminder, I decided to just quickly go get one of the Pau Darko teas. I have a massive sweet tooth every time I'm done eating. I always want something sweet. I have a lot of friends who have massive sugar cravings right after they're finish eating too. And the things that help with their cravings are eating more fat, eating more protein, adding cinnamon to everything, having decaf or regular coffee with or without cream, having Pau d'Arco or peppermint tea. To be true to your fast, you should only drink water, black coffee, or unsweetened tea, hot or cold. This is a controversial issue with intermittent fasting experts. This is a controversial issue because intermittent fasting experts To be true to your fast, you should only drink water, black coffee, or unsweetened tea, hot or cold. This is a controversial issue because most intermittent fasting experts agree that you should drink water, black coffee, or unsweetened tea with no artificial sweeteners or flavors as beverages that are permitted during a fast. Some say you can break your fast with a bulletproof, quote, bulletproof coffee with a shot of butter. Coffee with a shot of butter, MCT oil, or coconut oil. Some say a little lemon water is fine. However, what we put in the coffee is controversial. Let me take that out. We have to discuss coffee for a minute because the biggest problem people have with this is they don't want to drink black coffee under any circumstances. I have to drink coffee with cream in the morning, they tell me. This is just a must. This is just a must. If I can't have coffee with cream in the morning, this diet is not for me. As I mentioned in Waste Away, coffee is a great way to get you through your fast. Coffee and unsweetened tea act as appetite suppressants. You should not consume any calories while you're fasting, and that includes coffee with cream. Remember, this is not a diet. I know plenty of people that use this approach to eating who are drinking coffee with cream in the morning. Believe it or not, you can still get results. I have an aunt who is 5'4" and 90 pounds and has her coffee this way. She drinks coffee with cream multiple times a day until about 1 p.m. However, she only has one or 1.5 meals after that. She eats very, very little. However, I don't recommend coffee with cream because I believe it will slow down your progress and keep you from discovering true hunger. I prefer you dig in and learn to take it black or try unsweetened tea instead. 80% of the fat loss battle is controlling your hunger, and coffee is a great way to delay hunger until you're ready to eat. However, most of the women I interviewed drank unsweetened coffee with a little creamer and still stayed skinny and still stay very thin. So like they say, you do you, boo. there is a timing when you should. There is a timing. I'm going to add in there. Hold on. I'm going to say black coffee is what I recommend. However, like they say, you do you, boo. Remember, you can also wait until you can remember, you can have you could have green tea in the morning and maybe open your window at noon and have a cup of coffee with cream. There is there is all there is a timing when you should drink coffee as well. Don't drink it as soon as you wake up. You're not usually starving when you first get out of bed. Save it for later when you feel hunger setting in. But you need to push on with your fast a little longer. That's when coffee and tea are a great help. I recommend no more than 2 to 3 cups of coffee per day. If you drink more than that, it won't be as effective in suppressing your appetite. One thin friend of mine told me she is 10 pounds lighter because of the amount of tea she drinks. Anytime she thinks she wants something to eat, she just brews up another cup of tea. Having an electric teapot makes that so easy. Just click a button as you walk by, set up the cup and bag, then voila, the water's ready. She drinks red rubios. She drinks black, green, herbal, or fruit teas. Black, green, or herbal teas all day long. Her favorite is an organic chai, to which she might add a little creamy oat milk. The last one would be breaking a fast, so it's best to drink it in the eating window. Even if you eat really well and within a tiny eating window, if you sit for the majority of the day at work, your hips may widen and you'll be defeating your attempts to maintain your weight and maintain the weight you want. You can work out regularly during the fasting period. If you're wanting to build a lot of muscle, If you're wanting to build a lot of muscle, the best time to do it is about half an hour before you break your fast, to let that exercise build muscle. And what a trainer friend of mine taught me is post-exercise oxygen consumption. If you have a cup of coffee to start your morning, go work out, and then about a half an hour later, have a tasting. If you train at night, give yourself the same break afterwards before eating. There's time for a shower, etc. Anyway. One friend of mine has always been thin, and she grew up with a thin mother who followed all of the same thin eater concepts we've already discussed. But she has put on weight in recent years simply for not moving enough. She still eats very little, but her hips are widening. Due to the sedentary life of COVID shut-ins and sitting too much. Even as she was doing more baking with her kids, crafting, or whatever, she gained about 10 pounds from just not running a bunch of errands for 9 months. It's pandemic 15, like the freshman 15 we all put on in college. Well, for the new year, she decided that all she needed to change was one thing: move more. So she reached out through Facebook to ask others to join her on a virtual walking challenge to complement her thin eating habits that were already in place. A bunch of friends signed up and started watching their collective progress together on a map of their movements. They accumulate walking points as a team and individually. That's a great way to start moving your body again. That's a great way to start moving your body again if you put on some unexpected weight like she did, helping yourself and others reach for better health. Adding in walking for about 3 miles per day is absolutely magic in helping shed pounds. Know your body, know your own needs, go for it. Everyone needs a good encourager or team to help them stay motivated. I have a trainer at the gym I go to a couple days a week, and the rest of the time I work out in a small group class. I'm not good at pull-ups and really don't like to do them. But when my trainer simply puts his hand on my back while I do them, I can do so much more. He's not really doing anything other than literally resting his hand on my back, but it makes all the difference in how many pull-ups and how well I can do. This is the kind of general support we can all use when we're trying to make a change to our lifestyle. Your accountability supporter could be in your family even, like my friend's teenage daughter, who reminds her mother that they committed together to cut the sugar back after holiday sweets binging. Your accountability team could be a group you schedule walking with a couple times a week. You could join a fitness community to help you stick through your commitments. One friend of mine was part of her corporate downhill ski team throughout the winter when our bodies tend to go more into a slowdown. She loved the challenge and camaraderie while she kept in great shape. Don't be shy about telling others what you're working on. Before you carpool with a friend to a party, say, "Hey, would you help me out tonight? I know there's going to be a big spread of food on the table, but I've already eaten and I'm not hungry. I'm worried I'll eat for the wrong reasons." And a good friend will help you out. She'll give you a wink when you reach for the cookie platter, but pull your hand back because you know, but pull your hand back because you know you're not hungry. Most experts agree that as for having coffee or tea during your fast, you should be just fine. Some experts say if you drink coffee with less than 50 calories, then your body will remain in the fasted state. So your coffee with a splash of milk or cream is just fine. Others will say absolutely not. I also personally believe caffeine also has a stronger effect when ingested on an empty stomach, so it does a better job of helping you to battle fatigue and brain fog. This makes increased concentration another perk of intermittent fasting with coffee. Technically, you're not fasting if you add any of these to your coffee because they all contain calories. However, fats themselves won't influence your insulin or blood sugar levels. So some experts say that this is the most recommended choice if you're looking to boost your insulin sensitivity, if you have prediabetes or diabetes. While you may have heard recommendations for bulletproof coffee made by adding butter, coconut oil, and MCT oil to coffee, be aware that it contains over 230 calories in a 16-ounce serving made with a tablespoon of each fat. So if you're adding tons of fat and calories, so you are adding tons of fat and calories. I want to say that I want to say that 90% of the women that I interviewed did have a splash of cream in the coffee with no sugar because they just didn't like the taste, and they had to get most of them. I want to say that 90% of the women that I interviewed did have a splash of cream in the coffee with no sugar because they just didn't like the taste, and most of them had half and half or organic fresh cream. So on the other hand, I've seen people who have taken cream out of their diet and lost that extra 10 pounds they needed to lose. So on the other hand, I've seen people who have taken cream out of their diet and lost that extra 10 pounds they needed to lose just from taking the cream out of the coffee. This is something that you have to decide, but I wanted to make it clear that the people who were thin, 90% did put a splash of cream in their coffee. Remember, you can train your body to have black tea. Or black coffee or green tea with no cream. Another option is to break your fast around noon and have your coffee with cream then. For me, what I do is I have a cup or two of green tea. Have a cup or two of green tea in the morning, and then around 12 p.m., I'll have a cup of coffee with a splash of cream. I've trained my body not to like sugar in my tea or coffee. I know tons of people have trained themselves to like coffee completely black. I drink black coffee sometimes, but I rather wait until 12 p.m. and have a cup of coffee with a splash of cream. But I rather wait until 12 o'clock to have a cup of coffee with cream because I like that more. And that takes me to about 2 p.m. to eat my first tasting. But as I said, I know a lot of thin women. As I interview my friends, they always ask themselves and are still artificially sweetened, fat-free. Super thin women take about 20 to 25 minutes to eat every time. Thin women take about 20 to 25 minutes to eat every time. Remember, at around the 10-minute mark, they might take a full 5 to 10-minute pause and see if they are still hungry. And see if they are hungry, they will eat more. Kim might eat a few more carbs than some of my friends. She says, I'd rather not eat almonds roasted with oil. I like the raw almonds. I like the raw almonds almost as much. I like the raw almonds almost as much as roasted, so I'll just swap. For example, if a regular chocolate chip cookie was a level 10 on a scale of 1 to 10 to her on taste, and the healthy almond flour was on a scale of 1 to 10, a 7 or higher, then she would swap it, assuming it was healthier. This is so subjective. You have to figure this out for yourself. It's a mindset and an approach that you have to customize to you. Just a few Skittles is plenty to satisfy her craving. She might eat Skittles. The average eater tastes something she doesn't like. The average eater tastes something she doesn't like and eats it anyway because she feels she has to, quote, clean her plate. Imagine a plate of steak, mashed cauliflower, broccoli, and a salad. The average eater eats the food she likes least first and saves the best for last. The thin eater eats whatever she likes the best first because she knows that she's going to stop eating once she gets full. If she likes the steak and mashed cauliflower, she's going to eat that instead of feeling forced to eat the broccoli and salad she doesn't want. She eats what she craves. Everything tastes amazing when you're really hungry. Notice that often when you take the first bite, food tastes really great. The second bite is kind of good, and the third bite isn't very good at all. Every bite after the first goes down in quality. If you were to rate taste on a scale of 1 to 10, the first bite is a 10. Second bites are a 9. Third bites an 8, and on and on. When it gets to a 7, you should be ready to stop eating. Absolutely at 6, you shouldn't be eating it anymore. Many thin eaters say they order a small appetizer before dinner and share a meal. Set a timer. Set a timer for 25 minutes. Take a couple of bites and then stop. Look up from the food and it'll give you time to hit your bloodstream. Take time to talk and take a bathroom break. Having decaf or regular coffee with or without cream? No. Having decaf or regular coffee? Having decaf or regular coffee with or without cream? This is a controversial issue because most intermittent fasting experts agree. This is a controversial issue because most intermittent fasting experts agree you should drink water, black coffee, or unsweetened tea with no artificial sweeteners or flavors as beverages that are permitted during a fast. Some say you can break your fast with a. This is a controversial issue because most intermittent fasting experts agree you should drink water, black coffee, or unsweetened tea with no artificial sweeteners or flavors as beverages that are permitted during a fast. Some say you can break your fast with a bulletproof coffee with a shot of butter, but some say MCT oil or coconut oil, and some say a little lemon water is fine. However, what we put in the coffee is controversial. She drinks coffee with cream multiple times a day until about 1 p.m. However, she only has 1 or 1.5 meals after that. She eats very, very little. Most of the women I interview drink unsweetened coffee with a little creamer and still stay very thin. Black coffee is what I recommend. However, like they say, you do you, boo. This is all repetitive.
Yeah, definitely heard that before.
Huh?
Definitely heard that before.
Can you go ahead and stop it?
And cut.
One thin friend of mine told me she is 10 pounds lighter because of the amount of tea she drinks. Anytime she thinks she wants something to eat, she just brews up another cup of tea. She drinks black, green, or herbal teas all day long. her favorite. If you want to learn more about what you should drink while fasting, I cover this in detail on my podcast and website at chantelrayway.com.
I definitely recorded that before.
Even if you eat really well and within a tiny eating window, if you sit for the majority of your day, if you sit for the majority of the day at work, your hips may widen and you'll be defeating your attempts to maintain the weight you want. You can work out regularly during your fasting period. If you're wanting to build a lot of muscle, the best time to do it is an hour and a half before you break your fast to let that muscle in, to break your fast, to let that build muscle. And what a trainer friend of mine taught me is post-exercise oxygen consumption. If adding in walking about 3 miles per day is absolutely magic in helping shed pounds. Know your body, know your own needs, go for it.
All right, so now we are recording. Here are the headphones.
Thank you.
Just you. I'm going to keep on.
You could join a fitness community to help you stick to your commitments. One friend of mine was part of her corporate downhill ski team throughout the winter when our bodies tend to go into more of a slowdown. One friend of mine was part of her corporate downhill ski team throughout the winter when our bodies tend to go more into a slowdown. She loved the challenge and camaraderie while she kept in great shape. Don't be shy about telling others what you're working on. Before you carpool with a friend to party and say, "Hey, would you help me out tonight?" Before you carpool with a friend to a party, say, "Hey, would you help me out tonight? I know there's going to be a big spread of food. on the table, but I have already eaten and I'm not hungry. I'm worried I'll eat for the wrong reasons, and a good friend will help you out. She will give you a wink when you reach for the cookie platter, but pull your hand back because you know you're not hungry." Mindset. Do you know what your mindset is? Do you know where you get your mindset from? A lot of your success will come from having the correct mindset. As some of you know, the right thinking can either enable you or it can completely disable you. I have a friend who told me her mother stayed with her dad, who was an alcoholic, for over 30 years. Her mother never worked, and her dad spent all the money on alcohol. The kids ended up having to take ketchup from Hardee's to make tomato soup, and that's what they ate. Sadly, in the mom's mind, she felt like because she had never worked, that meant that she never could. It's amazing what you won't do if you think you can't. It's amazing what you won't do if you think that you can't. For example, if you said, "I don't think I could ever do a 24-hour fast," or "I don't think I could ever do a 48-hour fast," maybe you think, "I can't even just do a 6-hour eating window." You are already setting the expectation with your mindset that you can't do it, which is totally not true. Our attitudes are moved by our mindset, for better or worse. They are literally the forerunner for everything that we do or everything we don't do. I want to talk to you about getting your mind off the road behind you, letting go of what lies behind and saying, "Okay, look, it doesn't matter that I've broken up. Okay, look, it doesn't matter I've messed up in the past. Be committed to yourself moving forward." Maybe you have eaten more than you should have, or you gained weight. Put all of that in the past. Some people reading this are just stuck in a rut. The reason why you're stuck is that you've been in the same place for too long. You've gone around the same mountain and you've dug a rut and you feel like there's no way you can get out. Well, your mindset is how you view the world. It's part of your personality, social connections, upbringing, and life experiences, as well as lies we tell ourselves. For example, if you're an I personality, you tend to be a little bit happier and more jovial. That's just how God created you. But if you're But if you are a C personality, hold on, before that, I'm going to show you the DISC personality test. Take a look at the chart below. If you are a C personality, you're going to analyze the negatives a little bit more. That's just the way that your personality is. You can adapt and change that number. You can adapt and change your mindset you can adapt and change your mindset from the way that you were raised. Social connections. I know you've heard the saying, one bad apple spoils the bunch. I don't know how this particular phrase got its start, but it does have some basis in science. When apples or fruit begin to decay, they actually emit gases. If the rotting fruit is mixed with a group of other fruit, the good fruit can absorb the gases and begin to rot too. I have this wooden bowl in my house that we put fruit in, and I watch it every day. If I have one lemon that goes bad, any other fruit surrounding it can instantly go bad unless I throw it out. Have you ever been part of a group where one person's negative attitude affected everyone in the group? It's so true that one person's negative demeanor, attitude, or bad behavior can affect the whole group of people, influencing them to have a similar negative attitude or to engage in the same bad behavior. Like with the fruit, you have to constantly pay attention to who you're hanging out with. If you're hanging out with people who constantly want to eat and think it's fun to overeat, then those people are going to bring you down. Hanging out with people who are thin and don't want to overeat is important. I always learn from the people I try to spend the most time with. Let me do that one again. Hanging out with people who are thin or want to be healthy and don't want to overeat is important. Upbringing. What was the mindset you were raised with? Is it the glass half full or glass half empty type of life? Maybe you were raised in a family where you often heard something repeated like, "We can't afford it." You might have asked, "We can't afford it." You might have asked, "Can I get this or can I get that?" But if you're constantly told, "We can't afford it," then what can happen when you actually do have the money and have money to afford things? You might think that even though money's not tight anymore, you can't afford it. You might think that even though money's not tight anymore, you can't afford it. I have a friend like that who is very tight with money, even though he makes like $50,000 a month in passive income from rental properties. He has told me that he really wants to live on the water, but he just won't sell his house. Even though he has tons of money in the bank, he feels like he can't afford to live in a bigger house on the water. So he has a mindset of not being able to afford it, even though he can. When he grew up, money was always a problem. His parents were always fighting about money, and they ended up getting a divorce. He always heard his family screaming about money, screaming about mom not having the money to pay bills. He got to a point where he said, "You know what? I don't ever want money to be a problem." And this work ethic matched his desire. He said he never wanted to be in a place where he was fighting about that ever again. You have to ask yourself at some point, do I want to be owned by my possessions or do I want to be free? You have to ask yourself at some point, do I want to think and eat like an intuitively thin person, or do I want to be in bondage for the rest of my life? Personally, I remember going to my aunt's house. She died. She died from breast cancer, but I remember going to her house and she had some really good shampoo and really good running shoes. She had really good shampoo, great running shoes, and really good products. And I lived in a middle class home, and I remember thinking, I don't want to use Pantene shampoo anymore. Like, my hair is so much better using nicer products. And I remember saying, I want to be able to afford nicer products, and I want to have expensive running shoes that won't hurt my feet and make it easier to run. Another mindset I had is thinking that when I'm sad, food is going to make me feel better. When I was young and I was having a bad day, my mom would say, "Oh, you've had a bad day," and would take me to a frozen yogurt shop. So my mom trained me. When I was sad, her first reaction was to take me for frozen yogurt or shopping. So those are some of the mindsets that I have to work on now. To say I'm having a bad day, but I don't need to go into my snack drawer and have a snack. I have to remind myself that I'm only using food as physical fuel for my body now, not for comfort or as a psychological crutch. Life experiences. What are the experiences you've gone through? These also create your mindset. For example, I have a dog named Malty that I loved very, very much. Sadly, Malty got killed into a car accident. So now when my family goes for a walk with our dog, I'm very cautious about how close she is to the road and the cars that are going by. That experience affects a mindset that I have to constantly work on. I have to tell myself not to be overly cautious to the point that it makes me less relaxed on our walks. Lies we tell ourselves. Do you know that you talk to yourself more than anyone else? You need to pay attention to this self-talk in order to identify your mindset. Once you take a look at yourself and recognize where you got your mindset, you can recognize that there's some area of your life that you need to work on in order to change your mindset with God's help. Are you too pessimistic? Are you guilty of self-condemnation? When you're sitting in your car or lying on your bed, ask yourself, what are my thoughts? I actually say them out loud. When you say it out loud, you realize how silly some of those thoughts are, and then you need to replace them with positive thoughts. Let's imagine some of the lies we tell ourselves. One could be, I don't have time to exercise. Is that true? We make time for things that are our priorities. Maybe you lie to yourself again and say, I'll go to the gym tomorrow. The truth is, you can go today. You can feel better if you go. Tell yourself that out loud. Maybe your lie isn't that you don't have time to exercise, but instead you'll say, I don't have enough money to save. That's a lie. The truth is you can always save some of what you have, even if it's a small amount. Another lie is I'll give more money to God once I make more money. But the truth is the truth. Give a portion. The Bible says in Malachi 3, test me in this and see if I won't throw open the floodgates of heaven and pour out so much blessing that you will not have enough room for it. And in Proverbs 3, 9 through 10, honor the Lord with your wealth, with the first fruits of all your crops, and then your barns will be filled to overflowing, and your vats will brim over. So you need to offset your mindset with the opposite thoughts to fill your mind with the truth. Replace those automatic, impulsive lies immediately with the truth. The world's highest performers discipline their minds, replacing negative thoughts with positive ones. How to get a mindset reset. The first and most important thing we have to reset your mindset is confidence. Uncertainty breeds a lack of confidence. When you're uncertain or have a lack of confidence, you don't make good decisions. You need to shift your mindset from playing not to lose to playing to win. Although that seems subtle, it's a little shift that makes a big difference in mindset. There are things in your life that rob your confidence, and there's things in your life that support your confidence. You need to identify the things in your life that cause you to feel insecure when you do them, that cause you not to make moves and not to move forward. Where do you play not to lose? Flip the switch to playing to win. Here are things I do to build my confidence. Number 1, spend time with people who build your confidence even when you don't feel like it. I know a guy who owns a large real estate agency, and he always taunts me that I won't be able to build a company as big and as successful as his. I call him my balloon popper. Every time I talk to him, he gives me a little bit of encouragement, but then also likes to pop my balloon. It's like 2 steps forward, 1 step back with him. Because of this, I'm not going to choose to spend a lot of time with him. 2, watch what you fill your brain with. I never ever watch the news. I've gone the past 15 years without watching the news because I found I have found that never once in my life have I watched the news and thought afterwards, well, I feel amazing. Instead, watching the news makes me feel like, wow, our world is going to hell in a handbasket. Even through the pandemic of 2020, I didn't watch the news at all. This is because I don't want to fill my mind with horrible thoughts about the state of the world. It would bring me down, so I avoid it. 3, read books and listen to podcasts to motivate you to take action. Have you ever read the book Who Moved My Cheese? If you haven't, please do. If you have, I'm sure you understand this concept. There are two mice and cheese is being brought to them every day. One day the cheese stops coming. One mouse says, I'm going to sit here until they bring my cheese back. The other mouse says, well, I'm not sure that cheese is coming back. I'm going to go look for more. So if you're craving another level of happiness, joy, abundance, wealth, Number 3, find things that fill your tank. Identify the things in life that chip away at your confidence and what fills your confidence tank. Know what builds you up and choose that over and over. I'll give you an example. A while back, I took a trip to Costa Rica for the first 3 days, I wore no makeup and wore a slummy outfit. I looked like someone who didn't care much about her appearance, and I felt like I was eating a little bit more. Do you know what I realized? My confidence wasn't there. Finally, I was like, you know what? I'm not doing this anymore. I did my hair. I put my makeup on every day. I started wearing cute outfits, and I started eating healthier. My confidence was back. You have to figure out scenarios that work for you. I could have chosen to just slum it, but guess what? I did so much better when my confidence was back. Find things that fill your tank. There are things in life that when you do them will chip away at your confidence, while there are others that will fill it up. What are things that fill your tank? Is it being healthy? Is it working out? Is it spending time with friends? Is it spending time with family? For me, it's getting a massage or laying out in the sun that really fills my tank. So you've got to figure out right now what you can do that fills your tank. Do things that allow... Number 4, do things that allow you to be courageous and follow you. Do things that allow you to be courageous and allow you to flex your courage muscle. I get so tired of people saying, I can't do that. I've gone on an 8-day water only fast, and people say to me, I could never do that. Well, if you say you can't, then of course you won't be able to. We must be courageous. We must flex our courage muscle. In order to gain confidence, you need to step out in courage. Courage is the precursor to confidence. Take out that last line, please. Courage is the precursor to confidence. Take that out. My husband surprised me one day, blindfolding me and driving me to jump out of a plane. Courage is jumping out of the plane when you're scared to death and having faith that the parachute opens. I was thinking I could never do that, but we were there and I did it. And you know what? I loved it. You can do the same thing. 5. Avoid things that rob our confidence. In order to do whatever it takes to build our confidence so that we can take those uncomfortable actions, do the complete opposite of things that take away your confidence. It's that simple. What are things that make you feel good about yourself? Can you reflect on times in the past where you were scared, but you still did something scary and it moved you forward? If so, then do it again. If not, this is your opportunity to change that. Number 6. Stop hitting the easy button on everything. Not everything has to be easy. Stop hitting the easy button on things that matter. I don't want to get to the end of my life and say, I lived a good life. I had a good relationship. I was a good mom. No, I want to be outstanding. I'd rather try hard things and fail than hit the easy button on everything. Sure, there are certain things it's okay to hit the easy button on. But for example, fasting isn't easy, but I can find a way to make it easier, like keeping busy. You have to get uncomfortable to get comfortable. It's not about where you start. It's about where you finish and where you decide to go. I think there are a lot of people that are listening that might think they don't have the advantages in life that others have. And what I'm trying to point out to those people is it's maybe a bigger advantage than you recognize. This is just the time in history when people need to talk about being uncomfortable more than anything. People think they need a particular tool when they People think they need a particular diet when really their mindset is the only diet they need. Here's uncomfortable. I go to a lot of dinners where I don't eat anything. Everyone around me is enjoying food, ordering appetizers and drink, while I'm focusing on the conversation and company. Naturally, people make comments about my lack of food and wonder why I'm not eating with them. I politely decline and explain that I'm working on my health, or let them know that I politely decline and explain that I'm fasting, or let them know that I want what they say to be the center of my attention, not food. I was on vacation recently, and the hotel we stayed at had a great pool. We love to just lie by the pool and wait for the staff to bring out the food. However, the pool menu didn't have a salad as an option. It was the wildest thing. I don't know if it was because of COVID, but they had a significantly reduced menu. Every item they had was like nachos, burgers, just junk food. So most people would say, oh, well, there's nothing else on the menu, so I guess I'll just choose the least of all these evils, so to speak. But here's when here's where you can think about your mindset. Do you think you cannot have a better meal just because you don't see it on the menu? What do you need at that moment? This is a service industry, and they have a full kitchen. So they can serve you. So I asked the guy, do you have any salads on the menu? He said they didn't. So I was like, okay, well, that's fine, but I still want a salad. Here's exactly what I want in my salad. I want fresh basil, fresh cilantro, mixed greens, cucumbers, hearts of palm, avocado, and grilled onions. He went back and made me that salad. Almost all restaurants have those somewhere in the back. Whether you see it on their menu, whether or not you see it on the menu, you can still ask for it. Again, it's in your mindset. Are you going to believe the lie that they can't make you a salad and just accept defeat? Okay, they can't make me a salad. Or are you going to push back and get them to make a salad? Or are you going to push back and get them to make you a salad that you love? The other thing is, I sometimes will develop my own drink. For example, I wanted a cup of coffee with fresh coconut cream from a living coconut. Well, the only coconut cream they had creamy, sugary coconut syrup was literally laden with nearly 20 grams of sugar per serving. They did, however, have coconut waters and fresh coconuts. I had them make me my own coffee. With straight coconut. I asked them to pour out the coconut water and take out the coconut from inside the coconut shell. Then I had them take all the meat out of the coconut and brew a fresh cup of coffee, pour it into the shell, and then put it over a little bit of ice. No, that's not what happened. Then I had them take all the meat out of the coconut, brew a fresh cup of coffee, and blend it in the Vitamix blender. I made my own exotic coconut coffee because that's what I wanted, and they made it for me. I made my own exotic coconut coffee because that's what I wanted, and they made it for me. And so again, it goes back to, what is your mindset? Are you going to just go, oh, well, I'll just have a coffee with regular cream, or am I going to have coffee with this laden sugar because that's all they have? No, I just kept pushing the envelope until I keep pushing the envelope until I get what I want. Of course, I always give the people a very nice tip, and they are happy as can be. I always give the people a very nice tip, and they are happy as can be to accommodate. Some of you will say, oh, well, I don't want to be a bother. I'm not a bother to any of these people. If you could see when I come down, they're like, oh, Miss Chantel, so good to see you. How are you? They're excited to see me. Why is this? Because I've taken good care of them. They've gone out of their way to accommodate me. They've gone out of their way to be accommodating to me. I tip well, and that to me is a win-win. Stop making excuses. Let's talk about how to stop making excuses. People always come up with one excuse or another for why they can't do something. And sometimes you don't know when the appropriate time to challenge people is. How do you challenge people respectfully but still get the effect that you're after? We want people to be dialed into the idea that they can make their goals happen, but they have to get rid of excuses. I think excuses fall into 3 categories: social, family, and personal. Social, family and personal, and work. Let's say I'm going to a birthday party and make the excuse that I have to take a few bites of cake or I have to have a drink when everyone else is because it's a party. No, I don't have to. No, I don't have to. That's an excuse. One time I went to an extremely expensive restaurant for a business trip that serves phenomenal food. Here I was with my grandmother, friends, and business associates all eating this amazing food, family style, but I had previously decided to go on a fast. Even though it would have been really easy to excuse myself, I stood strong and refused to break. An example of a family excuse would be if my husband made a fabulous dinner or my son surprised me with breakfast, and rather than sticking to my fast, I ate to avoid hurting their feelings. The fear is that I can't do that because I can't meet my obligations of being a good wife and mom. That's not true. Quality time focused on my family, not my willingness to eat every meal with them, reflects my care for them. My refusal to eat only affects me, not my time with them. Lastly, we have work excuses. When vendors bring in the donuts and the deli trays, everyone wants to eat. I had to tell vendors to reserve these items for certain days because we couldn't have all these snacks around the office all the time. I even got rid of my own snack drawer so I would not be tempted when the stress was high. This is about accountability and a major routine change. Stop lying to yourself that you are any less engaged with friends, family, or peers simply because you are choosing not to eat when you aren't hungry or when you know the food is not good for you. People will still have a good time. They will still feel loved, and you are still amazing in whatever role you fill. You have control of whether or not you will make excuses or not, but you have to stop lying to yourself so that you will stop making excuses altogether. Extended fasting. Fasting, by definition, is abstaining from food or drink for a period of time. The term fast in the Bible comes from the Hebrew word sum, literally meaning to cover the mouth, Strong's Hebrew. In the Greek language, it is nestis. It combines ne, meaning not, and estio, meaning to eat, Strong's Greek. This is the kind of fasting we will talk about. In this section. We're not fasting social media or television. We're fasting in the true sense, and that is to not eat. Many different religions have some form of fasting in them. I have Hindu neighbors who fast because they feel it creates a tighter union with God. I have Buddhist friends who fast to be closer to God. My father's family is Muslim, and they fast in the daylight hours during the month of Ramadan to get blessings, create self-discipline, and purify their bodies. The fasting we discuss in this section is based on Christian biblical principles. However, if you're a different religion, the principles still work. I absolutely believe that you should fast with friends if you can. Fasting is not easy, so it's very important to have people around you that can encourage, strengthen, and pray with you. I believe that one of the greatest appetites human beings have is for food. It's a strong, natural desire that we deny when we fast. I've talked to a lot of people about fasting, and here are some of the reasons they told me they don't do it. I have really low blood sugar. It's just that my body won't allow me to not eat every couple of hours. I won't be able to function without food. I won't be able to go to work and be productive in my day-to-day activities. If I'm hungry, it will actually distract me from growing closer to God because all I will be able to think about is food. I don't have anyone who is interested in fasting with me, and I can't do it alone. I have a busy social life with parties and work lunches, and people will look at me funny if I'm not eating. Most of these are logical excuses, but they are just that, excuses. Let's break them down one by one. It boils down to this. The main reason people don't fast is because it's hard. At no point do I want you to think fasting will be easy, but nothing good in life comes easily. If you want a good marriage, it's going to require hard work. If you want a successful career, it's going to require hard work. Raising children is definitely hard. Many of you struggle with your weight and will agree that maintaining a healthy, fit body is hard. You get the point. We live in a world of shortcuts, magic pills, and secret sauces. Everyone I know who is successful at anything has had trials, struggles, naysayers, and setbacks. But they didn't give up, and you shouldn't either. I've done a ton of fasting, and it still isn't easy for me. But you need to press on, hang in there, and just keep moving. Anything worthwhile is going to be hard, but worth it. Prepare for your fast. I spent 20 years in church and never heard a sermon on fasting. My first encounter with it was soon after I joined a new church, and the pastor announced a 21-day fast. It was a huge culture shock. The fast, not always 21 days, was something they did every year because the pastor believed corporate fast was something that God honored and rewarded. Because fasting was completely new to me, it wreaked havoc on my body. It conflicted with my thyroid medicine I was on at the time, and I felt miserable. Fasting is like exercise. If you've never done it before, you have to start small. The pastor didn't do anything wrong. In fact, he gave everyone the option to do a shorter fast. But if you've never fasted before, don't try to do 21 days. It's like running 21 miles when you're not a runner. It's a recipe for disaster. Just like anything in life, preparation is key. To prepare for a fast, write down a fasting plan. Whether it's one meal a day or a 24-hour fast, if you don't write it down, you will struggle to succeed. You need to write down when your fast starts and the hour it's going to end so that you don't forget. Later in this section, I'm going to share some example plans to help you get started. Making a commitment is the first step to being successful with fasting. Commitment is a big problem for people in every area of life. Transitioning into your fast and sample fasting plans. I mentioned previously in this chapter that I dived straight into my first extended fast head first, and it was a disaster. To help you understand how you can build up to a long fast, I created a sample outline. Let's pretend you want to do a 5-day fast. Week 1. Start with a 6-hour eating window for 5 days, fasting 18 hours per day. Week 2. Complete one 24-hour fast. I recommend fasting from dinner to dinner or lunch to lunch so you can start your fast after dinner on Wednesday. So you could start your fast after dinner on Wednesday and eat again dinner on Thursday. Or you could start your fast after lunch on Friday and eat again at lunch on Saturday. Week 3. Week 3, do one 48-hour fast. Week 4, do a 3-day fast. Week 5, 6-hour eating window for 5 days. Week 6, one 24-hour fast. Week 7, one 48-hour fast. Week 8, 5-day fast. Feel free to try this in its entirety to shorten it or extend it. Transitioning out of your fast. The longer you fast, the more important your transition out of your fast is. If I just finished a 3-day fast, the last thing I'd want to do is eat a big steak and mashed potatoes as my first meal. Your transition should be half the time of your fast. 3-day fast, 1.5-day transition. 4-day fast, 2-day transition. 6-day fast, 3-day transition. 8-day fast, 4-day transition. Be careful with processed ingredients and animal products during your transition. You just finished cleansing your body of a lot of toxins, so be careful of what you put back in. Fats and animal proteins are harder to digest. I even eat fruits and vegetables separately and pair proteins with non-starchy vegetables. Different combinations digest better than others. I don't want you to stress about food combining, but some things are common sense. Having a big old burger and fries and you'll feel terrible. The very first thing I try to eat after I break a long fast is a smoothie that is mostly vegetables. Then I might have some fruit or cooked vegetables. I personally stick to pretty much fruits and vegetables after a long fast. Recently, I was coming off a long fast, and on the first day I was away on a business trip, and I wanted to eat at two of my favorite restaurants, True Food Kitchen and the Nordstrom Cafe. One restaurant for lunch and one for dinner. And both times I ordered my absolute favorite dishes, both of which had meat on them. Both dishes sounded amazing, but as soon as I got to the table, I couldn't stand the smell or taste of the meat. I just couldn't eat it. And I'm not sure why. I just listened to my body and stuck to veggies. Listen to what your body is telling you that you can handle. Fasting, digestion, and side effects. It's possible to experience bad breath as a result of fasting. This happens for a few possible reasons. One, your body produces less saliva when you're not eating. That saliva helps you break down bacteria in your mouth. There's less saliva available to do that when you're fasting. The smell can also come from bacteria in your digestive fluids in your stomach. There are also toxins leaving your body while you fast that can contribute to the problem. Keep mouthwash handy. Keep mouthwash handy and floss more than you normally would. You may also develop a white film on your tongue. Use a tongue scraper or a toothbrush to clean that off. Another big side effect is headaches if you're not having caffeine on your fast. Some people forget to drink water and they get dehydrated. You could feel symptoms of low blood sugar because you're not consuming sugar and your glucose is down. Another side effect is extreme emotions. Fasting doesn't just get rid of your body of toxins. It can bring up repressed emotions that you've been stuffing down. You can no longer hide behind the food, and those emotions rise to the surface. You may feel more emotional, hangry, sad, or want to cry. All these are natural, and the best thing to do is pray about it, go for a long walk, or take a bath instead of running to food. Eating food is a process of digestion, assimilation, and elimination of waste. You have 4 organs of elimination: your bowels, kidneys, lungs, and skin. No matter how light or healthy the food you eat is, it takes work for it to pass through your gastrointestinal tract and be eliminated from your body. That's why a water fast is so necessary. You have to give your body a break so it can have internal purification. Even if you're a healthy eater, your food can be covered in poisons from pesticides and toxic fertilizers. If you want proof of what I'm talking about, fill a cup with a sample of your own urine and let it sit for a while. You'll see crystals form in it. If you were to have the sample studied, they would find traces of pesticides in your urine. Fasting removes these poisons from your body. Knowing that should excite you and keep you going while you fast. You're healing your body from the inside out. Meltdown mode. When I'm fasting most of the time, I have all this energy and clarity, and I'm like, this is the best day ever. And there are other times that my staff calls meltdown mode. They can see it in my eyes. I start staring in space. I'm so tired. I have no energy. My staff starts laughing at me because sometimes I can't complete my thoughts, or things I say don't make sense. They will ask if I need coconut water from Whole Foods or what they can do to help. When you're extremely tired during the fast, there are several reasons. Number 1, electrolyte and mineral deficiency. You need to have balanced electrolytes. When your kidneys detect that you have a lot less insulin in your body, it flushes water out. You can tell when you fast that you pee a lot because it flushes you out. If you drink too much water, your electrolytes will be unbalanced. So the first thing I will do if I'm being extraordinarily strict is to put some salt in my water if I'm sodium deficient. I will also take these noon hydration capsules. They do have 15 calories and some of them have around 2 grams of sugar, but they have a ton of minerals and electrolytes. Your kidneys excrete minerals from your body to make sure you have the right balance, so you want to make sure you have the right potassium. Whenever I have my meltdowns, I know my potassium is low. When I take potassium and iron, I feel like a new person. Another tip is right before I start my fast, I like to eat foods that are high in potassium like avocados and potatoes. The 7 major electrolytes in your body are sodium, chloride, potassium, magnesium, calcium, phosphate, and bicarbonate. The 3 most important being sodium, magnesium, and potassium. So taking an electrolyte tablet when you're fasting is important because when I get in complete and utter meltdown mode and take an electrolyte tablet, it really helps me. The thing that helps me the most is 1 tablespoon of pickle juice. If I'm about to quit, I take a tablespoon of pickle juice and I'm like a new woman. 2, lack of movement. When you're tired and you don't feel good, you just want to lay down, but that's not going to make you feel better. What will make you feel better is to go for a walk, especially in the middle of the day when I'm in meltdown mode. And going for a walk and getting vitamin D from the sun is the best thing for me. Have you ever gone to the gym tired and when you leave you actually have more energy? Crazy how it works. Fuel transition. When you start fasting, it takes your body a while to go from burning sugar to fat. Your body has to adapt to burning fat. Your body has to adapt to burning fat instead of glycogen for fuel. You want your body to be using its reserved fat for fuel. When your body is in the transition from one fuel source to the other, you get really tired. Once you tap out of your sugar reserves and start using your fat for fuel, that's when you have more energy and clarity and are more alert. It's the transition time for me that can be rough. For me, I know that day 2 and day 3 of my fast are very difficult because if you think about it, your body has hundreds of thousands of calories of fat just sitting there on your body. Say you give your body 2,000 calories per day. The best analogy I can think of is from a show I saw last night where they were serving beer kegs, and when one keg was emptied or tapped out, they had to switch to a new keg and serve that. So when your sugar taps out, your body moves to your fat keg, but it takes a little time to switch out the kegs and transition. You can always find a reason not to fast. I have a party. I forgot about this lunch meeting. It's my anniversary. I recently went on a walk with my friend Stephanie and was talking to her about fasting. She said, I want to do some more fasting. The main reason is to lose weight. One of the things that she was worried about is her schedule. Tomorrow she has small group and there are always snacks, and she knew people would ask why she wasn't eating them. She would have to tell them she was fasting, which could potentially be awkward. The next day she had dinner planned with someone. The following day, a lunch with someone. I told her that yesterday I went out to lunch with 3 friends and we went to Aldo's and one of my favorite restaurants in Virginia Beach. I didn't have anything but hot water with lemon. Later that night, I sat with my family while they ate dinner. I've gone to literally hundreds of lunches and dinners where I didn't eat. either because I wasn't physically hungry or because I was fasting. The main thing you have to do is change your mindset. I went in with the mindset that I'm not eating and it's not that big of a deal. I'm going to use this time to spend time talking to my friends. I'm still having fun, still enjoying myself. Instead of shoving food in my face, I get to connect and bond with people I enjoy being with. Every once in a while, I'll go to another place that my girlfriends... Every once in a while, I will go to another place that my girlfriends love in Virginia Beach called Stockpot. If I'm fasting, I'll get a bowl of chicken noodle soup with no chicken and no noodles and just enjoy the broth. There's a Benjamin Franklin quote I love that says, "He that is good at making excuses is seldom good for anything else." The bottom line is you could literally make an excuse to get out of fasting anytime. If you're a busy person and you have a lot of friends, you will have a different excuse every single week on why you're not going to fast, just like my friend Stephanie. She looked at me like deer in headlights when I told her that I go to restaurants and don't eat. Recently, I went to New York City to meet the CEO of another real estate company that took me to dinner at Nobu. My husband took me there in Miami, and without alcohol, the meal was like $400. This place is so nice, so delicious, so expensive. It's like Celebrity Central. This would be a perfect example of a time where I could say, I'm going to break my fast just this once since someone is taking me to a really nice dinner at Nobu. But you can make excuses or you can make it happen. There were about 6 people at dinner and they were ordering tons of food and passing it around family style. After every dish that was passed around, everyone agreed that it was the best thing they had ever tasted. I was on the 9th day of an extended fast, and I was only drinking stabilizing liquids. I ordered some bone broth, and it was the nastiest bone broth I've ever tasted, so I didn't really drink it. I ended up just having hot water with lemon. I really focused on the conversation and had a great time. And it was the craziest thing. Even though the food looked great, God took away my desire to eat it, and it didn't even smell good to me. At the time I was fasting to ask the Lord to heal my body, my autoimmune issues, and thyroid issues. I was also really fasting to take my business to the next level, to bring on high-level leaders and scale our call center to go nationwide. These things are really important for me, much more important than dinner at Nobu. I had decided that the breakthroughs I would get from fasting outweighed a nice dinner out. 80-20. The other piece is asking the question, what are you deciding to eat? One of the biggest questions they ask themselves is, how am I going to feel about myself after I eat this? The second is, how am I going to feel physically after I eat it? Is it worth it? Almost every person I would interview would say, if I have a carb or bread for lunch, I would not be having rice or potato for dinner. Not because they didn't want another serving of carbs, but rather the excess carbohydrates would make them feel overly full. They might have one slice of bread on an open-faced sandwich for lunch and salmon and veggies for dinner. They might have a burger with no bun and then eat some fries and shrimp and vegetables for dinner. For lunch, they might have grilled chicken salad, and then dinner is maybe rice and chicken and broccoli. I'm beginning to see a trend here. They all say, I don't like to be too full after I eat. 100% of the women I interviewed always say, 100% of the women I interviewed always said they don't like to be too full because they feel tired and have no energy if they eat too much.
Excellent. I'm just breezing through these. I just had that one little line right there.
Here is the information I pulled from Google.
Perfect. And we're right back where we were.
I'm finding more about how little sugar they're having, but again, they're not depriving themselves. In addition to not wanting to be overly In addition to not wanting to be overly stuffed during the day, they also considered whether or not the food they are presented with is really worth it. Recently, I went to dinner with my friend Kelly. When we tasted the bread, she took one bite and said, "It's not worth it." The bread didn't taste good enough to make it her grain and carb for the day. The next weekend, we went to a different restaurant. She took one bite of the bread and said, "This bread is worth every bite." She meant that the carbs and calories in that bread was worth using her daily amount of carbs on those bites. Let me give you another example. I have 3 pairs of shoes in my closet that are over $200 for each pair, but they were so gorgeous, I decided to buy them, even though in general, I don't spend more than $200 on a pair of shoes. It's a good example of something that I only do about once a year because those shoes are rare and worth the extra money. Most people are constantly aware of how much money they spend and how much they save. What if we thought about food in the same way? We must balance our checkbook or our Venmo account to keep track of what we spend. Just like we want to be financially wealthy, we want to be physically healthy. So asking yourself similar questions when presented with food choices could totally impact your investment in your body over the long term. For example, for me, I love to go to the Ritz-Carlton in Four Seasons. Every time I go, I spend too much money. Their massages are like $180 a pop. I also love to go to the spa, and I end up spending too much for the weekend. To make up for it, when I get home, I don't buy any clothes. I don't buy new makeup, and I eat at home. This allows me to balance what I just spent. The same could and should be applied to how we eat. So how can you subscribe to the 1 meal a day OMAAT concept and not feel famished? Initially, your body will take some time to adjust, especially if you've been eating a lot during the day. However, you'll get used to it and you won't want to eat any other way. Remember, this is not a diet. Diets don't work because they are not sustainable. Remember, I've tried them all. Rather, this is a change in the way you live in a relationship with food. I'm not big on depriving myself, but I love sugar. Even I can get out of control with sugar. Right now, we're all trying to boost our immune systems. Did you know that eating sugar can weaken your body's defenses significantly? Sugar feeds things like cancer cells and can cause the overgrowth of yeast in the body. Moreover, it can lead to diabetes and other conditions that can significantly impact your quality of life. Despite this, roughly 70% of Americans are eating way more sugar than they should have per day. Your body gets its fuel from 3 kinds of food: carbohydrates, proteins, and fats. Carbohydrates, carbs, come from bread, fruits, vegetables, and more. Fat and protein come from meat, dairy, nuts, and fatty vegetables like avocados. Your digestive system breaks down each food and sends it to your digestive tract. Your body uses insulin to process the sugar from the carbs you eat. So the amount of insulin your body creates really depends on how much sugar you're taking in. When you hear the word sugar, you might be visualizing table sugar, but sugar also comes from the breakdown of carbs. Just the other day, I had one more interview with a super skinny model. She eats all of her daily calories in about a 4-hour eating window. So just like many of the other women I talk to repeatedly, and she's very healthy. Hold on.
Oh, it's just the way the comments are there.
She eats all her daily calories in about a 4-hour eating window, just like many of the other women I've talked to repeatedly, and she's very healthy. She will break her fast with a small meal around 2 p.m. When she's feeling a little hankering for something, then maybe a small snack at 4, and finally a true dinner around 6 p.m. Her dinner could be a green salad with a half a cup of rice and some grilled. Her dinner could be a green salad with a half a cup of rice and some fresh grilled tuna, while her midday snack may be a couple of hard-boiled eggs or a small bit of grilled chicken. She follows the same pattern I've heard over and over again: vegetables with protein as the main staple of the day, with about half a cup of grains and a half a cup of fruit each day. One of my friends at snack time let's say around 1 p.m. or 2 p.m., if she goes out to eat, she's getting a small side salad with very little dressing, or she's having vegetables with hummus, basically a high protein snack with veggies. Can you scroll up?
Oh, whoops, sorry.
Sometimes she'll have a couple of hard-boiled eggs. Maybe she'll have some peanut butter with celery sticks or a turkey roll-up. A lot of times she'll have raw vegetables with some kind of mustard dressing that's very low in calories. Maybe she'll eat a sweet potato or regular potato, but she's having one serving of it and that's it. Mostly she's having lots of veggies like raw vegetables, and then for dinner, she eats whatever she wants, but she'll focus on high protein and high veggies. Okay, so let's say you want to do one meal a day and a tasting. Let's say you're on vacation and your breakfast is included with your meal. I don't do this when I'm at home, but while I'm on vacation, I could have 3 eggs over medium. I don't eat the egg whites because of my sensitivity, so I could eat 3 egg yolks for breakfast around 9. And then at 1 o'clock, I could eat a salad with grilled chicken. Salad. No. I guess.
Is it salad with grilled chicken or is it grilled chicken salad?
I could eat a salad. Let me put this. What page is this? 20. I could eat a salad with grilled chicken.
I'll highlight it so it's easier to see
Yeah.
on the take a picture.
And then I could.
I assume it's grilled chicken salad or
Okay. I could eat a salad with grilled chicken. Then I could skip dinner altogether, maybe just drink coconut water. Now, I want to talk to you about being obsessed with food and dieting. One of the things that is really important is to make sure that I'm not thinking about food, reading about food, shopping for food prep, or constantly thinking about it all the time. I have to ask myself what I really want, like what am I really wanting, and then I have to actually eat that. I do this because I know if I don't, then I'm going to crave something else and then I'm going to eat more. I need to make sure that I eat what I really want, what I'm really craving, and get exactly that. My son is a perfect example of this. If he doesn't absolutely love something we give him to eat, he just won't eat it. I've seen it over and over again with my thin friends, and it's so important. I want to share another story with you. One of my friends got a grilled chicken salad that was really plain because it was healthy, and I got chicken fajitas, which I love. She really wanted the chicken fajitas but decided against it. I ended up eating about a third of the fajitas, but she ate her salad and the rest of my fajitas because she was not satisfied. So be careful. You really need to balance it.
Let me scroll down a little bit here. This section, the whole section that was just highlighted got pasted in apparently, or at least that's what I think. But it still matches the context of what was being said in that unhighlighted paragraph. So
Okay.
works out.
There is this Italian restaurant here called Aldo's, and they have this dish called shrimp gorgonzola. It is so good. You can just get the shrimp as an appetizer and get it with the pasta, which is normally what I do. I'm sorry. I was going to say, no, I don't. You can just get the shrimp as an appetizer and get it without the pasta, which is what I normally do. Guess what? That totally satisfies me. I could get the pasta and get my satisfied meter to a 7 and get my satisfied meter to a 9 or a 10. But I was just as satisfied with just the shrimp. Let's talk about hunger and fullness. You have to get in tune with your body and ask, how hungry am I? How full am I? This is the only way you're going to successfully lose weight with intermittent fasting. When you learn how to evaluate true hunger, you're going to discover that me say that again. When you learn how to evaluate true hunger, you're going to discover you don't need to eat as much food or as many meals as you think. My experience with the thinnest women I met, they either eat one meal or one meal and a tasting. The time they only have one meal is when they go out to eat and have had a lot of food and got their fullness scale to a 4 or 4.1, which sustains them for the full day. Take the story of sisters Edna and Nona. They decided they were going to eat the exact same thing. Edna decided, even though she committed to eating the same thing as Nona, that she wanted to have a little something for breakfast. Nona ate nothing for breakfast, lost 3, almost 4 pounds that week, but everything else they ate was the same for lunch and dinner. Edna had the audacity to say, I knew I wasn't going to lose weight eating those tacos and the fajitas I ate this week. The sister who lost weight ate the same thing. I asked her why she ate the hard-boiled egg and toast for breakfast, and she thought she had to eat something in the morning to start the day. Her response was the one boiled egg only had about 80 calories, and half a piece of sprouted grain toast had 50 calories, plus a little bit of butter. So it was between 150 to 200 calories, and she didn't think it was that big of a deal. It was a big deal because Nona had lost the full 3.5 to 4 pounds because she didn't have those things for breakfast. This is the most profound sentence. Say this sentence to yourself. Eating any food, even if you think it's super healthy or it's low calorie, when you're not physically hungry, will cause you to put on weight. Learning and understanding your hunger scale is one of the most important things you can do for yourself and your weight loss journey. Like my friend Catherine says, I love when I'm hungry. I love when I hear my stomach growl, because when I hear my stomach growl and when I get hungry, I know my body is eating its own fat. Let me give you an example of the balance of eating healthy and getting the results you want. This is how I eat chips and guacamole at a Mexican restaurant. I love guacamole, but I have to be careful because I can tend to eat too much of it. What I do is I get the guacamole, but I always have people with me, so I always share. I take the guacamole and put a couple spoonfuls on my plate, and that's all I'm going to allow myself to have. Often I ask if they have cucumbers and if they can slice some up for me. I eat them with guacamole, and then I might take 2, maybe 4 chips, and I eat that with the guacamole with some salsa. I love the cucumbers, so I don't feel deprived when I eat them. They are crunchy, and I love it. Sometimes I want a little more crunch, so I will eat a couple of chips, but not too many.
Excellent. That was one of the longest sections we have. Most of them are just like a line or 2 lines. We've got one more long one coming up in a second.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want me to grab some water for you or something? Or?
No, I'm fine.
Okay. Yeah, so this is just the hunger scale. We have a version of it, but this version's different than the other one that was recorded. So we just have to get a clean read on that one.
Level 0, starving, ravenous, grouchy, weak. All you can think about is what to eat and how to get it. Level 1, your stomach is growling and you feel completely on E. You can physically hear your stomach growl. 95% of people do hear their stomach growl when hungry, although there are about 5% that do not. Make sure that when at level 1 your stomach is growling because it's empty and not just digesting food from a previous meal. Everything sounds good to eat at this level. Level 2, hungry, starting to think about what sounds good to you. You are deciding what your body is craving. Level 3, you are not hungry, not really full, kind of neutral. Level 4, you are satisfied. This is where you want to end all of your meals. Level 5, stuffed, uncomfortably full. You don't want to let it get to that point. You should always eat to a 3.8. You should always eat to a 3.8 to 3.9 or a level 4. Even though I say in this book you're going to have one meal and a tasting, Even though I say in this book you're going to have one meal in a tasting that can be breakfast, lunch, or lunch, dinner, that can be breakfast/lunch or lunch/dinner for your tasting. One of the easiest meals to give up is breakfast. I'd like for you to try this when you're starting. Go the longest that you can in the day without eating breakfast, and then go as long as you can without eating lunch, and then have your first tasting. You may be thinking to yourself, I can't do that. Breakfast is too important. I can't handle not eating breakfast. This is a lie from the devil, saying that if we don't have a little something in the morning, we won't be able to have a great day, that you won't have the stamina for the day. If you're not hungry, you shouldn't be eating something. Now, as you get more advanced, I'd like you to change things up, and instead of eating lunch and dinner, you do breakfast and lunch. I will say, out of all the women I interviewed, almost all of them did a tasting around 2 p.m. or 3 p.m., and then they ate again around 6 p.m. or 7 p.m. Remember, you're not taking one bite of food until you are sure that you have reached level 0 or 1. Some people get there at 11 o'clock, some people get there at 12 o'clock, but I will tell you, the thinnest women I interview will have their coffee with a little bit of cream or black coffee, and they wait until around 2 o'clock to have their first tasting. If you can push it that long, go ahead and do it. If you can't, make sure your body is at a level 0 or 1 and go from there. One of the things my friend Catherine always says, who is Miss Virginia and has a perfect body, is that she loves the idea of being hungry. She gets excited to be hungry. Being hungry is not the end of the world. People will say, "Oh, I'm hungry." Great! You have to change your mindset to, it's the best thing ever that I'm hungry. My friend Kristen's husband kept nagging her about how important breakfast was. She has never had a weight problem and has always been thin. She started having a smoothie every morning because her husband was making his and kept saying, "You should be having a smoothie in the morning." Even though she wasn't hungry, she decided to try it, and she gained 5 pounds in a month. First of all, the thing with smoothies is you have to be careful. Smoothies can have a lot of calories depending on what you put in them. One smoothie can have anywhere from 400 to 600 calories. The main thing for Kristen wasn't the calories. It was that she was now eating breakfast when she wasn't hungry. She wasn't doing intermittent fasting, and of course, she's going to gain that weight. She was now eating breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and having a smoothie when she wasn't hungry because she listened to her husband. He said, "Well, you really should have something in the morning." And boom, she gained 5 pounds in less than 30 days. I have a friend who owns a farm, and she says that her farm workers started working around 4 a.m. and they end up eating around 9 a.m. Of course, they're hungry at 9 a.m. because they've already put in 5 hours of work. Let's say you wake up at 7 a.m. and maybe you work out. I work out every morning on an empty stomach and in a fasted state. So let's say you get to work at 9 a.m. and 5 hours later, that is around 1 o'clock, you're going to be hungry. So again, it depends on when you are starting your day. Now for me, I usually do get up around 4 or 5 a.m. So it depends, but sometimes I'll eat around noon and sometimes I will try to wait until 2 p.m. One of the other most important things for you to do that I'm terrible at, and I'm not even going to lie about it, is slow down when you eat. I even talk about this in my book, Waste Away, and it is such a struggle for me. I watch my thin eaters and how well they do with eating slowly. It turns out that taking our time to enjoy a meal actually does make it taste better. Our mouths are structured to allow us to get a strong whiff of our food's aroma, which enhances how we perceive its flavor, but only if we breathe slowly and quietly. We may miss out on this enhanced experience if we scarf down our meals. We have over 10,000 taste buds in our mouth. We have over 10,000 taste buds in our mouths. I love to take big bites, and I literally swallow before I even taste anything. I don't know what it is or why I do this, but I have trained myself to do it, so I literally have to untrain myself to not do this. This is going to be one of the most painful things you're going to do, but it really helps. I take a couple of bites of food and push it away, and then have a couple more bites and push it away. And in between eating, I might take a 5 to 10 minute break in between. Sometimes I say, I'm full, or sometimes I decide to eat a few more bites. How many people do you know that eat one pistachio and then put it down, then get another one? Most people will take tons at a time. One of the things that I can get out of control with is nuts. I would literally eat like a cup and a half of nuts, which is really way too much.
I'll just put a comment in there. I'll highlight it.
Yeah, highlight it. Just kind of highlight that.
Oh, I'll just do the whole section.
Okay, hold on, let me read that. I would literally eat like a cup and a half of nuts, which is really way too much, too many calories. And you don't need that much. One of my favorite foods is pistachios. I try to get the pistachios that are already shelled. I would literally take the whole mini package, open it up, and put half of it in my mouth, and then take the other half and eat it. Before I know it, I've finished the entire mini bag of pistachios. Now I try to get the pistachios that I have to shell myself. I open one up, put it in my mouth, hoping that I find a salty one. I take my time and look for one that is easier to open, put one nut in my mouth, and slowly chew it to make sure I experience the taste and flavor. I have to remind myself all the time that there are no teeth in my stomach. I have to make my food literally melt and mush before I swallow. Now, there are 2 tricks I want to make sure that you do for eating slowly. Number 1 is to set a timer for 25 minutes for your meal. Once you try this, you're going to say, there is no way, unless you're already a slow eater, that I can do this. Setting a timer is the only way that I can do this. I learned this from my friend Catherine, and she will say, you can do it too. After about 10 minutes of eating, she literally takes a break from the food and pushes it away. It's so hysterical because I've gone out to eat with her several times, and every time the waiter comes by at least 3 or 4 times and says, are you finished eating that? And she says, no. The way she kind of pushes it away and sits back in her seat and puts her fork down so it looks like she's done, and then she'll eat a couple more bites, and then she'll push it away again, and the waiter will come by and will be like, okay, can I take that? And she's like, no, I'm not finished yet. Usually it's not until the 4th time, and it's been about 25 minutes or longer, they come by and she says yes. The reason she says that she does this is because it takes about 25 minutes for your body to register that you're full and that you're satiated. Number 2 is to understand that being full is not the same as being satiated. This is so important. I shared the story of my friend Allie in my book, Waste Away. We went to Uno's for an event once. I never eat pizza, but I decided to get a small personal one. She decided on the grilled chicken as a healthier option. After she was done with my salad, she asked me if I was going to finish mine and then proceeded to eat the rest of my pizza. She really wanted the pizza, but she chose the salad because she thought it was healthier and she wasn't satisfied. I always try to pick a healthy option, but if I really want pizza, I might get a cauliflower crust pizza or something like that, so I will be satisfied. If I want Mexican food, I'm going to get Mexican food. I might pick a healthier option, but if I really want something, I'll have a couple of bites and be done with it. The other really important thing is that you don't drink during your meals. You want to drink outside of your meals and you want to keep yourselves hydrated, but you do not want to drink anything while you're eating a meal. This is going to be very difficult for you, but you'll going
This was one of those added sections, if I'm not mistaken.
but you are going to learn how to do this. Remember, those of you who have food issues, the devil will use these lies over and over. Breakfast is the most important meal of the day. It will make sure that you have enough energy for the day. I've always heard I should eat 3 meals a day, or I should clean my plate because there are starving kids in China. I should always save the best for last. I've heard that if you skip meals, that you will end up gaining more weight. If you don't eat enough food, your body will go into starvation mode. I need some sugar so that it'll give me a quick boost of energy.
Nailed it. I'm loving the dynamic reading too. It's like it brings it to life. It's so great. All right, so now we're going down to a little one right here. Yeah, that's a little shorter.
During the day, our bodies are naturally a little more stressed. As the day goes on and we transition into night, the parasympathetic branch of the nervous system kicks in. I talked about this earlier. However, my friends and I have gone to lunch countless times where one or more of us have not eaten because we were not hungry.
There we go. So a couple of these were just headlines. It was just we didn't have the audio for the.
It saves you money.
Yeah, so this whole section, we had a partial recording on it, but you were rewriting it while you were reading it, so we didn't actually record the rewritten version. This is page 37, crutch drinks for editing, Michael. Hang in there, editing, Michael.
Okay. Crutch drinks, if you absolutely need a crutch. However, try to have no oil or cream at all. MCT, medium chain triglycerides oil, coconut oil, ghee, heavy cream, if not allergic to dairy. These are all crutch drink options to add to your coffee if you need to have a creamer. I have seen some people lose tons of weight by adding these to their coffee. It also stumps a lot of people in their weight loss. This is a crutch drink, and ultimately, you want to get off the crutches. Also, crutch items, but okay. Organic stevia, regular creamer, unsweetened, coconut milk, almond milk to make at home. See my video at chantelrayway.com/recipes. Homemade bone broth. I use this for extended fasting, but if you're just fasting for 23 hours, you should be fine. If you need to use this as a crutch in the very beginning, that's okay, but only for a couple of days to help you. You shouldn't need it continuously, and the max have 1 cup. Absolutely not. Artificial sweeteners, saccharin, NutraSweet, aspartame. The graph below reveals that 70% of the people I interviewed felt true hunger and ate twice a day. What is a tasting? As I mentioned, perpetually thin women choose to have some sort of snack during their eating window, which usually is no more than about 200 calories. That's not right either. That needs to say 200 to 400, so that's not right. Can you highlight that?
Yeah, I'll add the 400 in there. Usually about 200 to 400 calories. So I guess we'll need to read that then if it's going to change in the book.
Okay, hold on.
So all we need on this page is
As I mentioned, perpetually thin women choose to have some sort of snack during their eating window, which is usually no more than about 200 to 400 calories. What's left over from yesterday's meal?
brilliant.
I would get myself to the point that I was so hungry that once I would eat all of the food in front of me, I would get myself to the point that I was so hungry that once I would eat, hold on. I would get myself to the point that I was so hungry that once I would eat all of the food in front of me and I would eat too fast. That sentence does not make sense.
I think in the context it was talking about what you used to do, and then you would get to the point you were so hungry, you would eat all the food in front of you and you'd eat it too fast.
Okay, we need to switch that though. Can you highlight that?
Sure. What would it be changed?
I would get myself to the point that I was so hungry that once I would eat all the food in front of me, I would eat it too fast. Not and. Just put comma.
Maybe get rid of the once that I would eat all the food in front of me and I would eat too fast.
I would get myself to the point that I was so hungry that I would eat all the food in front of me and I would eat too fast. Okay, get rid of once.
Yeah, I can edit that so it'll be good.
Okay.
So we're going to go down to page 41.
This way of eating is really about making the choices that work for you, but not obsessing over the details. Most of my friends, however, prefer to jumpstart their day with a cup of coffee, sans cream. No, they don't. They have cream.
Oh.
Just get.
Well, I mean, I can always cut that out.
You cut that out.
Cut it. Make the text red.
Most of my friends, however, prefer to jumpstart their day with a cup of coffee and have a larger meal later in the day when they've used up their energy stores. A fun-sized treat for dessert.
Okay, and I'm not sure I put red on that one.
When I asked her, "What did you eat yesterday?" she remarked that she had a big lunch and said, I was full, so I didn't eat anything the rest of the day. This is a perfect example of how I would have watched her eat that big meal in the past. I would have said, "See, she can eat whatever she wants and still stay so thin." But before, I didn't realize that's all she ate the whole day. I would eat exactly what she ate, but then go home and eat dinner and be like, "Why am I not thin? I ate exactly what she did," when in reality, I had eaten so much more. You open your eating window when you consume your very first meal, snack, or caloric drink of the day. When you close your eating window after you consume your very last calorie. When you're fasting, you can only drink water, coffee, or unsweetened tea. There is no magic number of hours that every person should use for their eating window. 8 hours works great for some, and 6 hours is better for others. Be mindful, regardless if you have an 8-hour or 6-hour eating window, that you don't spend it consuming as many calories as you can by filling up on unhealthy food. You still have to obey the rules of hunger and eating healthy. The length of your eating window should be what works best for you, with consideration to the portion sizes you eat.
Brilliant. Here, those are just the pictures.
I have a ton of friends who like to eat at night and some who eat during the day, like me. I think I took that sentence out.
You did? Oh, it was in this version.
Okay, keep
Wait,
going.
do you want me to mark it?
Just mark it as a maybe because,
What color to put maybe as? Maybe?
yeah.
This is a real long one right here.
Now I'm even snacking less.
And just the title here and then this paragraph down here.
The eating window. Pick an eating window and stay in it. The eating window is a specific period of time in which all your caloric food and beverages can be consumed. I might have taken this out.
What part?
This part and this next part.
Yeah. Better safe than sorry.
I'm pretty sure I took it out, but let's go for it. Put it in a different color because you need to check it on my other book.
Yeah, I'll put all this in red.
Let's say it's Monday and you have a 6-hour eating window scheduled. You decide to eat your first meal at 1 o'clock. The clock starts.
Oh, that's really hard to read. I'll just change it. I'll change it when you're done reading it. Okay.
I'm pretty sure I took this out. Let's say it's Monday and you have a 6-hour eating window scheduled. You decide to eat your first meal at 1 o'clock. The clock starts after you take your first bite of food at 1 o'clock. Everything you eat, this just needs to be taken out. So,
As long as we make a note of it, I'm totally fine.
Yeah.
I just pulled from the latest.
yeah, just take that, all that. We need to, hold on, I need to mark that. Put that in red like you said.
Okay, so this is page. You know what? I'll do red text instead of red. Yeah, we'll do that instead.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's page 49 and 50 right there. And there is all that other stuff that isn't highlighted that was recorded. So I don't know if that's still in there or not. There's this on the bottom of page 51 as well. It's all about cheat days. Is that in there too?
Taking out.
Okay. So I guess the picture probably wouldn't be there either. That's all red.
This needs to be taken out. All this.
So flex with this too?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to highlight all of it.
No, just the part in yellow. All that should be taken out.
Okay. So that is also. So what do these look like? This is bottom of page 52.
Yeah, all this. This is all taken out.
This one too.
Mm-hmm.
And we got a lot in this one. It's all about happy weight egg yolks. I'm recording.
Come on in. Yeah, all this I took out.
Hasha is here.
Oh, good. Can you just show them around and then bring them in here?
Do you want me to stop so you can take care of that?
All this is all taken out.
Okay, so everything highlighted here
Mm-hmm.
will go out.
Mm-hmm.
Best time to eat 1 meal. Tasting.
So you must be asking, do you really mean 1 meal a day? I would say more than 90% of the dinner. I would say more than 90% of the people I know have dinner or they eat what they call dinner. So what we need to do is you're going to have to stop using this one because I have another copy, a PDF, and you need to make sure that it lines up with that, which it should.
Okay.
This can be overwhelming for some people, which is why I like to adopt what I call a keto flex or keto-ish approach to intermittent fasting. For me, carbs and fruit are my biggest weakness, and I and I've had to learn how to scale back. 90% of what you eat consists of vegetables, protein, and healthy fat. Then the other 10% is usually made up of healthy grains, fruit, or indulgences. A keto flex or keto-ish day would be somewhere between 60 to 80 carbs combined with intermittent fasting. Here's an example of all the things you could eat to total 60 grams carbohydrates. A half a cup of rice, 25 carbs. A half a cup of diced potatoes, 13 carbs. A cup of broccoli, 6 carbs. A cup of cauliflower, 5 carbs. And a half a cup of berries, 11 carbs. Of course, this is in addition to filling up on meats and fats. Dirty keto is also called lazy keto, as it allows for highly processed and packaged foods. It's popular among individuals who want to achieve ketosis without spending a lot of time prepping clean keto meals. I'm 100% against dirty keto. I was shocked how little and how infrequently my thin friends ate fruit. They would eat 1/4 of a peach or 3 strawberries or 1/4 cup of blueberries. If you go to chantelrayway.com, you will find more details on keto flex, keto-ish lifestyle. One of the things that I never ever eat is artificially sweetened, fat-free, or some other fake version of real food. I think you're at 64.
We just did the artificially sweetened food. Next up is 66. We're in the random line territory. This one's real tough.
Defining fullness.
I didn't know if we were going to make it through that one. Okay, and then 71. We're so close. All right, so there's another title right there.
Wait for your stomach to be empty.
Perfect.
This eating plan is all about when you eat. Nope, I wanted that out.
Oh, okay. That makes that easy. Next one is 75 to 82.
I took that out.
Oh, perfect. We're rolling. Was this a line that was getting cut out? Get a point out?
Yes, take it out.
Yeah.
We don't have much more to do.
Okay.
We cut on page 76.
Having a sweet on occasion makes sense. We don't call anything forbidden, but keep your home kitchen stocked with the kind of tasting items that you can go to comfortably that satisfy, not empty calories that will make you feel bloated or uncomfortable. If your goal is to be your best self, you have to start choosing yourself. Apple slices with 1 tablespoon of peanut butter. Apple chips, dehydrated or toasted. Apple and a couple of slices of cheese. Choose the least processed cheese for good health. I think I took a bunch of these out.
But which ones?
You'll have to look on that new sheet.
Okay.
Hold on, let's find it.
Yeah, because some of them were read, like the first 3 were read in the original recording, but I just, all of these were in this draft. I don't know what's what, so still, we're just gonna keep rolling because I don't want to not record something.
So what we need to do, Michael, is you're going to have to look at this version. I'm worried you don't have the right version.
I'm kind of worried about that too, but it was the last one that was sent to me.
From Mitch?
No, not from Mitch. I think it was from you or from Aaron.
Okay.
I mean, it may have been forwarded from him.
Yeah, because a lot of these are not on there.
I mean, if these things aren't in there, that's great news, but...
So the ones I read are the ones that are good. That's the thing.
How about this? Maybe if these...
You can just
are
read
in
them.
there, I can,
You'll
I can
you'll
do
read them.
I can do them with Josh. So
'Kay.
then we'll skip over those.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it's a whole bunch to skip over. Come on in.
Come in. It's not locked. Just push it.
It is locked in here.
Oh.
That's a new one. Oh, yep. Still got stuck.
It's locked.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Do you need anything?
No, I'm good.
Okay, I have to go feed the fan. I'm probably gonna go crash.
Okay.
So, I mean this in the nicest way. Don't call me. Enjoy your time. I know you will call me, but
Mm-hmm.
I got it.
Yeah,
We're good.
take a breather.
Okay, from here on, Michael, you're going to have. I know. Sorry, I was writing an email. From here on, you've got to only use this version. This is actually.
Well, I mean, from here on, it's going to be what we have is what we have, and
Mm-hmm.
that'll be it.
But you'll just use this. Any corrections need to be made directly on here.
Okay,
So like you need, yeah.
All right. Woo.
So let me know if you got it or not.
Did you send it to my email? Because if you did, then I have it.
Let me send
And
it
if not,
one more
I will
time.
most certainly be giving you a call about it. So.
Okay. Okay.
All right, we're still rolling. Let's see if we can get through these last little bit. And then
What page is this?
Right now we're on page 80, and we only have like.
I'm pretty sure I skipped all this.
Skipped what specifically? Like the about eggs section?
Mm-hmm. I think I cut that.
Okay, I will cut it too then. So this line in sweets as well. So like these two sections. Sweet slippery slope.
Yeah, I took that out.
Okay.
I think. Should I record just in case?
Just in case.
Personally, once I start eating too many sweets, I can go down a slippery slope. Therefore, I don't keep them close at hand, but rather stock things like nuts and fruits to curb my sweet tooth.
Brilliant.
OMAAT OMAD in a tasting allows for periods of carbohydrate fasting and periods of carbohydrate feasting, which is called carb flexing. You will learn to carb flex on one day after eating reduced carbs on another day. By adding complex carbohydrates back into your daily diet for short bursts of time, you can feed your liver, which depends on glucose. You can still feed your food cravings. Who doesn't want freshly baked whole grain bread, still warm from the oven? What about some fruit, granola, and gluten-free treats? How about polenta, kasha, quinoa, or oatmeal with milk and honey? You need to feed your diverse gut microbiome. For many of our friendly probiotic bacteria feast on the starches in grains and beans or the sugars in dairy. These carb function as prebiotics that help our friendly flora modify the mucosal lining of our gut. I'm pretty sure I took this out.
Okay.
Hold on. These carb functions as prebiotics that help our friendly flora modify the mucosal lining of our gut and keep it healthy. Highlight that.
I kind of hope you left that one in, because that's a great line. You're like watching Bill Nye. What's this? Question mark, all right. And
Yep, I took that out.
perfect. Let's get a little mouse for this thing. All right, the Harahachi boot. So this section, did you cut this section? Because this was not in the recording. Everything around it was in there, but that part specifically was not.
I think I did. In a particular region of Okinawa in Japan, known as one of the world's blue zones because of the propensity for longevity in that area, people use a common expression, harahachi bu, which literally translates to eat until you are 8 parts out of 10 full, or belly 80% full. I took out the harahachi bu in me.
Okay.
But
all right. So this section, you were talking about.
Yeah, gizmo.
Okay, yeah, because it was recorded as gizmo.
That's what I wanted. Yeah.
Okay, well then that's fine then. This section.
I think I took it out.
Took it out. Okay.
I took that out.
That's out. Coffee with cream. A little bit of. So that's out too.
Mm-hmm.
Breezing through these. We're up to page 85. Looking back.
I just feel like that's so repetitive. I mean, I've said that so many times.
Yeah. No, I agree. It's all good.
Take it out.
It's out. All right. So this is the title. We do need this one.
Eat the best first.
Perfect. And where are we? 85. All right, up to 86. Another title. That is not a title. Oh my. Is this one cut perhaps too? Yeah, the 25 minutes talking about that.
Yeah, because we've already talked about it. I
Yeah.
took it out.
There we go. All right, page 88. What to drink?
What to drink. To be true to your fast, you should only drink water, black coffee, or unsweetened tea, hot or cold. I think I might have taken that out. So highlight that as red because I'm pretty sure I did.
Okay. We are in the home stretch. We just got a few more. Scroll a little faster. That is not what I wanted to do.
That's fine. It's easier to read.
No? Don't know why I did that. Don't have to read the green ones. But
Exercise.
one more.
Exercise.
Brilliant. I think we got 4 left.
Accountability.
Mindset, disc score.
I always learn from the people I try to spend the most time with because I watch. What? I took that out.
Okay, that's out. And page
I took that out.
Perfect. Yeah, so these, the numbering was off. You said like,
I took the numbers out, so I shouldn't have any numbers.
okay. I think that should be good then. So I'm just gonna skip over those. All right, we have one last thing. This is the last part of the book, and then it's all recorded. I just have to get to page 116 real quick. Oh yeah.